Hello, and welcome back to some good old programming. Sorry for my tardiness this morning. There's been a lot of stuff that's trying to get set up before I go live today. But yes, hope everyone's had a good day so far. Hope everyone has had a good one since last time as well. Yesterday was a weird day for me, I have to say. And I'm gonna be honest, it has felt like significantly longer since I last streamed, and that is my own fault. So you know when like you get an idea in your head and you go, well, I'm just gonna get some work done on this, just nice and casually. I'll just do a little bit of work in the background for it, right? And then you proceed to do what you scheduled for work for the next week. All in an afternoon. Yeah. Needless to say, I'll go into that a bit later, but I may have progressed with some stuff further than I intended to. Which is both good and actually bad. So, you know, say that as you will. But today we're talking about this game, which might hint at what I may have done. Now, what we've got going for us today, I'm trying to think the best way to think about this, go about this. So my intention is, by the end of this week, I will probably have a update out. I'm going to say that because, simply put, there is going to be stuff that I'm going to not have finished. So one of the first things I kind of want to show, and this is one of those things, I should have done it a long time ago. It's probably just better overall for my sanity and for the speeding up game development. But I have added a work in progress icon. Now, that might not seem like a big thing, but I have done a lot of work to try and ensure that I never really touched upon the idea of having, oh, well, I mean, it's just it's a placeholder, because placeholders, there is two things that can occur with a placeholder, and it's very dangerous. It's either you use it correctly, and you replace it, or you forget about it and it never gets replaced. That shit happens. So, I'm definitely going to try and do my best for that, but basically the simple answer is there's so many things to get done at this point that I kind of need to just speed stuff up, and if I didn't do this, this update probably wouldn't come out for another week or two. Now, another couple of other things is I'm going to start taking, not shortcuts, but like reducing what I need to get done to get something out is a big deal. Again, it's kind of that thing of, like, I always considered that, in a sense, lowering standards. I'm not lowering standards, I'm just recognizing the fact that there are certain things that do not need to be done to get the things to work. And that's important. Hence why, like, haptic feedback and stuff like that in general has been quite low priority to me, because it's stuff that can be implemented relatively easily. And can be done a lot at once. So I will probably make a specific time about doing stuff like that. We probably do need to do a thing for that very soon, where we do get like a really big build-up thing for it. But for now, we'll leave it alone. So, the priorities today is I'm going to be adding in a thing for... I'm going to be implementing Matara and Cinder's ultimates. I'm going to try and implement their assists as well, as best I can to the idea that I wanted with them. And then it will just be some general quick cleanup. And then, yeah, after that we're going to see if we can just get that going. Now, when it comes to the bosses, I believe all of them are in and functioning. There's one that I do need to put the assets in for still, and I do have an asset to put in for the Shadow Monster. But other than that, there's a good shout, as long as something doesn't go horribly, horribly wrong. We can probably have this posted today. If not, I should be able to get it done by the end of the weekend. I expect to potentially eat those words and have to spend an excessive amount of time on it, but you know, we'll see how it goes. Alright. So... I'm going to... implement a new stat to a player. Now I'm wondering, do I have like a spot for this stuff? I'm also going to just quickly knock those out because I'm probably not going to need them for today. Oh god, I just realized my brain's gonna struggle a little bit. Cause, sorry, I've been very quiet this entire time. My brain's gonna struggle just a tad. Because I'm now coding in different languages in different spaces. And I've been jumping between them so much that I didn't realize it, but like, right there I was expecting something to occur and it didn't, and I'm like, why? And then I'm like, that's right. That's the wrong scripting language. This is the problem with doing too many different projects and too many different like engines and stuff and languages at the same time. It throws you off completely when it comes to like reasonable whether or not something should work. Yeah, no, fun times. Oh, I'm also trying to think of like things that have happened since we last chatted or that I haven't chatted about recently that like I feel is relevant to talk about. And that's the other thing, is like there is a lot of things that have happened. There's a couple of things I'll talk about a bit later, but there's a couple of things that have happened that I'm just like, I don't want to talk about those here. There's some cans of worms that I just don't want to open up on stream. Not right now. Now, I can't remember, do I need to modify the collision mask for this? I don't think I do. I think image scaling affects the mask naturally as well. Alright. With this implemented in, well, loosely, we do need to add in one other safety net. Which is on the room change on player initialization. Do that. Alright. So, why I added any of that is to do with how I'm going to be a touch lazy about something. So, I'm trying to think where I'm just gonna, for now, have this as... I'm just gonna have a loose version of it for now. Okay, let's play a target get. Player ID. I should also mention, and I'm just noticing it there as well a little bit, my left wrist, for some reason, has been feeling quite rough recently. So I'm going to be taking, like, a little bit more in the way of breaks while typing, because, like, just there I flared up a little bit. I don't know what I've done. It almost feels like I've twisted it somehow. I don't know. Must have slept on it wrong or something. The fun parts of getting older. You just... pain. Random pain issues. Okay, there we go. Hey yo, how's it going? Alright. I have terrible ideas of how this is gonna function. So unit type doesn't change. Arguments that go into the array would be the player ID. And then it's, let's see, parent, don't care, repetitions. Now this is where it gets interesting. I'm not sure how I'm gonna want to do this. Oh, hey, yeah. Alright, I think... If I make it a flat amount increase... then this shouldn't be too hard to do. Because then I just need to plug in... size... time... no. Be divided by? You're kind of really busy, but I've had time of day to come tell you something and also annoy you with something. Fair, fair. What do you want first? Annoy me first. It's always the better way. Because then that means you can treat me to a cool thing later. Right? It's like going to a job. You go to the job and then you get paid later, so you feel a bit better about the job. Have you heard the podcast I told you about yet? No, I have got it in a list, like, in a document that I have of checking things out. That is now it's getting a bit too long. I do need to do something about it. Yesterday I started, like, chunking away on some of that list, amongst doing a couple of other things, because I actually tried to take yesterday off, to little success in some regards, but it is, like, sitting there and I have the stuff to go find for it, so I do know. I have a list of games to play and it never gets... Yeah, it's kind of one of those situations where it's like people recommend me stuff on stream and I'm like, look, I will at least do the due diligence of looking it up. And if it's something to, like, that I need to actually spend time on outside of stream, it becomes this, like, difficult thing of, it's not that I want to say no, I actually really do want to go look into it, is that just, I don't give myself time. And the few times I do get that time, like, I'm like, I hate you for it, but that's okay. That's fair. I do not blame you for that hatred. But yeah, no, it is something that, like, I expect I'll probably be able to check it out in the next, like, week or two. Like, one of the things I started doing yesterday is I finally started my rewatch of Doctor Who that I've talked about a couple of times here and there. Which, like, the fact that I've been talking about that since, like, last year should indicate kind of how my stuff goes. Like, I haven't even finished the first season yet, right? So... I didn't think you would have remembered my name. Fuck, what do you mean? While I'm bad with names, like, verbally, visually I can recognize things like that, because it's a pattern at that point. Because, like, I remember it's a Lovecraftian sort of, thing. Where is it? I actually have it. Where have I got it? I need to go look in one of my folders. Things. Let's see. Lovecraft Investigations by the BVC. That's the one. Right? Which should indicate how much, like, I actually do remember. So, like, I'm not talking out my ass. I bought Final Fantasy VII Remake. Ooh. Fun times, fun times. I need the calculator out for a second. Have you gotten to play it yet? Now that's the real question. Okay, so that is the equation I need. Actually, let's see. In your opinion, without spoiling anything, I think you're gonna like the old one more. Because I think I like the old one more so far. And I've played like 10 hours so. Not telling you anything else, because spoilers, but I could answer questions if you want. I'll leave it alone for now, but I'm not gonna lie, from everything I've heard, just kind of adjacent information and such, that does kind of coincide with it, so I do think that that sounds, yeah, like, it's one of those things of, I can't say, there we go. I can't say for utmost certainties, because obviously I haven't played it yet, but I will say that everything I've heard has kind of hinted at that idea. My hopes were very high too. It's not a bad game at all. Yeah, like that's the other thing as well that I kind of want to put forward on that is like it's that mistake of hearing, oh well this one's better, so therefore by adjacent information you mean that this one's bad. It's like no, this one's just better, or well better for that experience, better for this. Saying one thing is good does not mean the other thing is bad. That is always something that is like the big misunderstanding on, like the internet does that all the time, right? Is you go on and it's just like, man, I really like this character. Oh, so you hate this character? It's like, what? When did I say that? Like, genuinely, I have seen someone go, man, I really love pancakes. Oh, so you don't like cereal? And it's just like, are you for fucking real? That's Final Fantasy VII Remake adjacent. Yeah, go on then. I just look over at Twitter, by the way, quickly, and I see a lot of people have very much enjoyed a meme that I posted. That's always good. I started noticing that in your opinion, remakes of old games have worse music. Interesting. I wish, let's see, they kind of soften the music and it's missing that oomph the old one, from the old ones. I do think I know what you mean with that, actually. Yeah, no, like, it's not, because, like, in a sense, the sharpness of them, yeah, no, I kind of get what you mean. That's an interesting observation, and I think that's actually a very interesting one to go into. Yeah. It's some music and it feels the same way. Like, I will not deny P3 Reload was, like, I loved vibing out to the music, but I just kind of, like, definitely mellowed out and zoned out very easily with it. Like, I will say with a most, like, definite, and call me out on this in any way if you will, but I do think while I really love the music and the jazzy and, like, the vibe of Reload's music, if you were to kind of even hint at me answering which of between Royale and Reload, which one I like for just like any music in it, battle music, idle music, anything, you wouldn't even finish the question and I would answer Royal. Now, I can't speak to original Persona 3, because as I've said before, the only Persona games I have played are Royal and Reload, and I didn't even finish Reload in the end. Admittedly, I still kind of feel bad about that one, but I don't think I'll be going back to it, in the sense that, like, someone actually talked about this, and it really helped me kind of just, like, in my head feel a little bit less shit about not going back to that game, or at least at this stage, which is, so they basically said, oh, they played this Persona game, and they really enjoyed it, so then they went and played Persona Reload, and they're like, wow, this is literally just the same game. And I think that was kind of the issue for me, is that I had just finished 2 playthroughs. I had not stopped. I'd finished 2 playthroughs of Persona 5 Royale. I had been doing that for like a year and a half, and then I didn't even take a week off, I think, and I played Reload. And that was the issue. I saw the remake before Reload, and it looked pretty bad. Yeah, the remake I heard a lot of, like, mixed things on, but Reload is really, really good of an improvement. That continuous play is rough. Yeah, and I think that's what killed me playing Reload, in the nicest sense. While I see nothing wrong with the game objective, like, overall, I just felt like all I was doing was picking it apart and comparing it to Royale as well, which, there's no nice way of putting it. In my opinion, Royal has a way more in-depth story and has a way better thought out overall pacing. I think my issue for Reload will still be, to this day, I think the events occur too slowly and too late. And a lot of the value of the events kind of feels very back-end loaded, whereas with Royal, it felt like even from day one, there was, there actually felt like there was friction going on with you and the world. With having you coming in, being a supposed this and that, and dealing with the first palace and everything like that, which I still think the palace system was definitely also really, really good and important, because it helped segment out things and keep things from not feeling super samey. You could make an argument that Tartarus doesn't feel all that samey sometimes, but I'm gonna be honest, outside of it looking slightly different, tell me what the difference is between the levels. Right? And that's kind of the thing. I don't play games from the same franchise back to back anymore, because it's like too much of the same. I used to play like all of the Final Fantasies back to back when I was younger. Now I have to rotate 3 of them. Yeah, like, that's the thing, right? Is, while I'm cool doing the Final Fantasy one, because some of them I've just never played, so I can get away with it a bit more. And I'm coming from the ground up, so I feel like it's a lot more doable. I probably am like, in a sense, I'm kind of glad we're taking a soft break from it at the moment, because I had a bad feeling with Final Fantasy 3 especially, how much I was sitting there going like, wow, I've literally just played the same game 3 times in a row, huh? The difference is, again, that one was kind of new, but also, realistically, I can also get through them, and like, if I'm playing really intensely, I'm confident I could finish them like once a week, or once every 2 weeks, which is kind of what we're sitting at, right? See if the break continues when I get paid. Yeah, this is the problem, right? Is that, like, at the moment, I'm forced to take a break, and it's fine. I'm pretty content with it. But we've got Fortnite. We have to do that now, because Miku's in there. I promised it, and we're gonna do it. I just need to get the money for it. Which... yeah, I'll see where that happens. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it, but I'm also kind of looking forward to it. Like, expect me playing it for a single day, and then, like, never touching it again, but I'm gonna be, like, hyper-analytical while playing as well, talking about design decisions and stuff like that, because I do think there's a lot that I can learn from that environment, and I probably should actually put the effort in. A single day I can... oh yeah, no, it's not... we're not transitioning to Fortnite. We're doing it for, like, one stream. I highly doubt I am going to be able to stomach streaming it more than once. The only way I could see me doing more of it in the future, and this is something I've said about a lot of games, the only way I can see myself doing that is if I'm in a group of people, and then the focus is no longer on the gameplay, it's about the group content, right? It's hard to get into because the players are too good and the game is not that easy. League is the same problem. So, in counterance to that, and this is the thing that I will give some credit to, the vast majority of your first few games are going to be versus bots. Like, you're going to be against bots and you're going to be against actual scrub tier players as well. It's only once you start getting much better at it at Fortnite that you do start coming against more players and in general, which is fine, right? That's actually a good way of kind of doing it, is it eases the player into that experience. The problem is that, yeah, like, I stand by the build modes and stuff like that. I think I would actually have an aneurysm trying to play that. Because, like, some of the stuff I've seen just doesn't look fun. League, I do think the new player experience is far worse in that game, because even though you're pushed into playing versus bots basically immediately, the issue is you're not playing with bots most of the time. And because of that, like, missing element there, the player never really gets time to not get introduced to the toxicity of the player base. And it can get bad. It can get really bad. When I started playing, maybe played one game against bots and never again. But it was season 2. Yeah, it's way more prevalent now. I believe it's like I think it's the first 2 games you play are basically mainly bot games, if I recall correctly. Like, I know it's multiple of your early games, a vast majority of bots, basically, is the important part. I can't give you exact numbers, but it's been like, I've heard the numbers thrown around a fair few times. I've seen people that are like level 30 and never played against people. Yeah, again, like, I agree with that. It's just, the problem is, okay, so this is something I'll talk about, and this is my experience with League since I've been playing, which is actually a relatively long time now. Right? Is that, in, say, ranked, you'll get a thing common. This is something that's like commonly I have, where it's like, oh, you're bad. Right? Like, this is something, and I'm not even on the receiving end of this. This is stuff that I see, right? And it's then just like, you'll get the, go play normals. So you're bad, go play normals, we don't want to play with you, you shouldn't play in this sort of environment and all that. And it's a really shitty negativity. But the problem is that, like, the perception is that normals is probably a less competitive and more fun thing. Dude who is not on the receiving end of that? Yeah, we've all been on the receiving end of that. But I'm just saying that I've not always been on it. I've just been in games and I've seen shit like that. Or, like, to me or to others. There's always that one player, right? But the problem is that, like, in here, there's still, like, an excessively high competitive expectation. Especially at certain elos, specifically lower elos, ironically, there is such a higher expectation in normals. So you'll then get the situation go play with bots. And, like, it's basically, you'll get this in almost all games to a capacity, where it's this downward line of them just basically always saying, go do this thing because I don't want to play with you. And all that. And it's just, this negativity really hurts these games. So fun fact, I do play League from time to time. However, I have not played on SR outside of Earth for years. And that's not a joke. I exclusively only play events and ARAM. And typically, if I'm playing events, let's put a little asterisk here. I'm typically playing with friends. ARAM I play solo because, like, I can just have fun. And all that. And it's just really, really incredible because you get this. So I've seen so much now at this point of this stuff, and it's fascinating to me, the psychology behind it. Because, fun little fact, if you actually want to get better at these games, stop telling your teammates they're bad and look at yourself. Because, fun little fact, if we look at a normal game of League of Legends, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players over here on your team. And this is you. Right? And then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on enemy team. I've got a fun little question for you. By statistical probability, right? What is the common denominator in all of this? What is the only consistent thing here that you're going to have? Now, you could make an argument, number and all that. No. We're talking about what is the consistent denominator amongst you, your teammates, and your enemies. You? Exactly. There is only one thing that stays stagnant between the games, and that is you. Why bother yelling at your teammates to get better when, realistically, the best players in the game don't need to do that, they just get better themselves. Oh, you're holding me back. No, you're holding yourself back. It's fine, but don't blame other people. And then you get the false guise of, but I'm helping them. Alright? Where it's like, oh, you need to build Morellos and all that sort of stuff. Oh, you need to build this, you need to build this, you need to build this. Telling someone everything they need to build, unless they ask for it, not helpful. Kind of being a dick. If you go, hey, team, I feel like we've not got enough anti-heal. If anyone can pick that up, be really nice. That's it. Well done. You've now done your due diligence. Now people will sit there and go, maybe I should build a Morello's or a Thornmail gives Grievous nowadays, doesn't it? My reason to not play along though is because there is less of a chance to play with shitty players and feeding players, and that's fair, right? I kind of agree with that sentiment. But at the end of the day, like, so as someone that super try-hard and ranked and stuff like that, and actually got to the point where like I got so angry with the game, I actually broke a monitor once playing League. I have very rarely ever broken something, or like, because of a video game. I'm very, very calm and able to recover, even when I was younger. I think I threw like 2 or 3 controllers in my entire life, and that was because they were really shitty broken controllers already. So I was like, well, I mean, it's more funny at this point as well, right? To lean into the Angie. But the only time I've genuinely felt like rage to a game to an extent like that was League. And that was when I was hyper playing ranked and shit. And then like after a specific point, I kind of had realized all it was doing was just making my life worse. So I stopped playing ranked, especially solo. And then I just kind of stopped playing Summoner's Rift in general. Because I realized it was just not fun. And it felt like I was just playing to try and get better at something I didn't want to actually get better at. And it would not benefit me to get better at either. So, yeah, though that's the issue with a lot of this stuff. So this is why, like, it's just stupid. I'm the person now that, for example, in ARAM, if someone on my team is like, or on the enemy team is raging super hard, I might go, hey man, you might not like hearing this or anything like that, but I just kind of want to say it seems like you might need to take a bit of a break from the game. Looking like you're a little too wound up there. And I know that that doesn't get received well by some people, but like, it's me just putting a genuine statement there going like, hey, no, I'm genuinely saying, it seems like the game's now upsetting you and you're not having fun. So maybe taking a break is worth it at this point. I was enjoying, but then came the new season and it sucks so much, yeah. The game wants to be good, but Riot doesn't let it. I can't agree with that sentiment fully. The problem is, when it comes to a game like League, you have to understand that there is so many impacting factors and so many players and so many opinions to the game that they're trying to cast their net the widest it can. Do I agree with the design decisions that they've made and the direction that they're going? Not really, but for a general audience expectation, I do understand why they're doing it. Because the game is clearly suited to the wider audience and the more like in a lot of those sorts of regards, but then also needs to consider professional play. Most of the people that play the game don't really like the game. Kinda is, I think, becoming kind of the issue with a lot of that. And it's the same with a lot of games, really, is the problem. So, it's like, trust me when I say, it's not the same. Like, a lot of other games have that issue. I know, like, CS has that issue in a sense, all that stuff, right? I'm not gonna go get into the details because we can talk all stream about it, but Riot sucks, yeah? Yeah, it's a difficult one because I don't like the idea of saying Riot sucks quite, but it's just, that's why I say, like, if I was in charge or game direction or something like that, like if I was in that sort of position, I would do things differently. However, keep in mind, they have information I do not, so therefore maybe the choices that they're making are informed by different data that I don't have access to. Maybe I'm letting my own personal opinions and feelings of how the game should play impact how I see the game, how the game should be. These are things that you need to consider. It's like, is the decision I would make to change the game going to make a improvement to the game to the entire playbase? This is why it's really difficult, because as a player, you don't kind of recognize that issue. As you'll go like, oh, I don't really like this. And it's okay to have that, but then you get those players that will say, almost like it's objective that something's a problem. And it's okay to dislike something, but it's not okay to try and create a objective opinion about something when it's not the case. This is why I dislike also larger scale players or influencers or streamers saying things and chat just echoing it without thinking about it. So many things, from how champs get broken, items get broken, how change things people like, how they say fuck the law, we now are arcane, how things get past PvE in the state that they are. So the PvE one, I'll definitely admit, there's a couple of times I'm like confused as why an issue can get through. Like that is an issue on PvE and then makes it to live and it's a known one. However, you have to understand that as a large scale company, there is cutoff points for when things can be fixed. And unless they basically dedicated too much resources that is like, or people just don't go home for weeks on end, a lot of those things will slip through. And it happens. It sucks. It really does suck. And trust me when I say the developers themselves are probably sitting there beating themselves up enough about these issues getting through. That's why I've always make the statement, do not blame developers for that shit. You can just put some numbers down. Was it that hard? It's difficult because, again, like this is where I will, like, again, I'm quite happy to defend and speak against and defend. I'm playing devil's advocate here as much as I can, but I am speaking from my own opinion with this. Like, when I say touch an item and go like, hey, this item needs to come down by 580, the large-scale ripple effect that that may have is so hard to determine, because that makes all of these champions that you're trying to actually target with this nerf weaker. Cool, but what about the ones that didn't need the nerf? Do you go buff them to compensate? Because they kind of also needed this item. What about the inverse to this, where it's those that faction of characters counter? Now all of a sudden those become stronger. Is that what you want? Will they become strong enough to now be oppressive? Will they, like, if I'm taking 5 AD away from assassin item, then am I now making mages that can only be really dealt with, like Xerath, by dive scenarios that much stronger? Do you want to have that siege scenario? Things are usually broken right, but sometimes they're so broken. That's when I think the PB is for. Like, if we're talking actually functionality not working correctly and all that sort of stuff, then yeah, I will agree that some of that should be caught a bit better on PvE. I do think the cycles are a bit off with things, but you have to understand that, like, things getting like it's super duper strong, that's not going to get caught on PvE then. If you're talking about something being like objective, like if you're talking about an item being really good, that's not going to get caught on PvE. You have to understand that. Because that is not what PvE is for. PvE is for actually making things work. Checking the balance can only be done truly on live server. Because you have to understand, the player base on PvE is so erratic and all over the place, and people are not playing like they would in an actual game. So you cannot take the data from there fully as an informative resource to determine if something is strong or not. That is why very rarely they do nerf or not, like, things on there unless it is very excessively outlying. And they do act upon excessively outlying things most of the time. When it's on, if it's on PvE and it's just like, oh no, this just creates a one-shot combo, for example. Yeah, so it still makes me mad. So there we go. And in the nice sense, that comes back to that thing of me saying, like, it's okay to be upset by that. As a player, you want the best experience you can get. And that is totally your entitlement. But this is when it comes to, are you a developer in this scenario? Not a developer in general, but like a developer in Riot Games. No, then we don't have the context that they do. I can't even make definite comments to stuff like that because I know about their load times, I know about all that sort of stuff, but it becomes difficult. Also, Polo. I think it's excessive 50% of the time. I do not agree with that. I do think that that is a bit of hyperbole there. Very rarely do I think a thing, it got fixed. Yeah, no, I did some work on it. I did a lot of the cleanup. But, like, I do not agree that, like, 50% of the time the game something comes out and it's too strong. In a way that's, like, actually detrimental to the game and problematic. I think there is maybe 1 out of 20? I mean, it might not even be the developer's fault. Maybe sometimes the developers say to their bosses, this is super broken, and the CEOs, for a new champ, we want money. I am going to say this now. Very rarely is that the case at Riot. If something gets through and is super broken, keep in mind, so we actually have Mort Dog as a really good example point for this, right? Somewhere in Riot. No, again, this is the point I'm trying to make with a lot of this. Someone could go, hey, I don't think this is great. The rest of Riot will go, look, we're not going to say you're wrong, so we might do some tweaks. We'll see how it goes. But the objective opinion at the moment is, we don't think this is strong. Let's test it in an actual context and setting. And then they might take action. There is no one person at Riot that is the reason why something comes out broken. You have to understand that at the end of the day, if you want to know if something is excessively good or excessively bad, you need to put it in the hands of the player. You can make assumptions based on evidence and all of that, but the problem is Riot do a lot of innovation. A lot of their items and things aren't, like, often take a new turn or a new curve and they try and do something new with it. Therefore, they don't have great data to fall back on. They have assumption data, but not definite data. And that's where they build their resources and items from. I think champions can come out a little too strong or incorrectly tweaked. But again, that's one of those things of they can't tell that definitely until it comes out. Bard is a perfect example of this argument, by the way, is Bard came out in a state that was objectively, everyone said was absolutely trash. No one could play Bard. Then people figured out how to play Bard. He'd gotten buffed constantly. People figured out how to play Bard, and he got nerfed constantly afterwards. And I believe he came back to a very similar state as to what he got released in. What about when they release a new $500 skin for a champ and it magically gets buffed and super broken? Okay, how about I give you a slight difference to that? What if the character wasn't really that strong beforehand? Right? And they're bringing them up to a bit maybe overpower, a little bit over the margin, because yes, admittedly, one, that does sell a bit better, but two, we're bringing the character up in power. Because that's what almost all games do. Because it means that this spotlight is put on the character. If you bring the spotlight to a character and they're underpowered, that's not good, because it's going to make the experience more jarring. It can be that two people make two jigsaw pieces and those two pieces don't fit together particularly. It's hard to pin it on one person. Yeah, 100%. I'm not... Again, no blame has been put even at the company. It's just how this stuff works. Is that, like, there's a lot of elements to it. Even think of your logic, it happens so much that it doesn't feel like it can be a coincidence. Okay, so give me an example, because, like, if I'm using the recent ones... Set has not really moved power level wise. Jinx, same argument. Jinx has kind of consistently been quite strong. I do believe that they did some tweaks to her, but it wasn't anything substantial. Jhin has had an expensive skin, but he didn't really get buffed at that time. Ahri, she's been reworked a number of times, right? Right now, tanks are stupid. Okay, so does that mean that Set is stupid, or is tank stupid? Like, again, metas happen. There's tank metas, there's assassin metas, there's all sorts. Like, this is what I'm trying to kind of go forward. It's okay to dislike an element of the game, take a break from it, you don't need to play it. Developers will even say that. If the game's not enjoyable, don't play it. From a carrier and assassin? Yeah, well, I mean, again, that's not irregular. There's almost every year there is a tank meta, and that happens. I'm not saying it's a healthy meta, but I'm also going to say this isn't abnormal. This happens every year. There is always a tank meta, especially on release. Like, beginning of a new season at the beginning of the year has almost always been a tank meta. But yeah, also what Jen said as well earlier, I do want to bring up too, is like, people play it often, now it becomes meta, so now they might realize something more about the character that they didn't realize before. How many things happen every year? That's what I mean, it's too much. Look, I get what you mean, but at that point in time, just don't play League then, because like, it's gonna happen. That's just how this stuff fluctuates. It's, oh, there's a tank meta, I hate this. Oh, there's an assassin meta, I hate this. Oh, there's a mage meta, I hate this. Then don't play, because you're never gonna have fun. Right? Like, I get where you're coming with, and as you said, like, I don't usually play. And that's fair. That's why I'm just saying, like, it's a difficult one, because what you're complaining about is inherently stuff that is just how the game is, and it's not something you're gonna see changed. Is just the nicest way of putting it, right? Is that combined with the new mechanics? Well, I mean, like, what do the new mechanics benefit? Do they benefit tanks? Then it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. I can't fault Riot, even if I don't agree with them, for trying to spice up the game every year. I actually give them a lot of credit that they're doing a really cool, interesting, thematic thing now. With a theme being like more actual lore-based, which is cool. It could be that some champions are simply more complex to fix. Yeah, so what you're talking about there, Jen, is something I've talked about myself, is now I don't like the whole like delete this character, but like you want to know an example of a character I genuinely don't believe should have been released with the design architecture that it did, because simply it's an unbalanceable character without reworks. And that is Cassante. Because mechanically speaking, the design of the character is just objectively awkward. It is a perfect example of the scenario where it's like you can't change numbers, because changing numbers just changes the character from being super OP to almost unplayable. And that's an issue, because it's the way the abilities interact. And this is always the case with a character that has multiple instances of CC, multiple instances of DR, stuff like that, right? Cassante is a character that can't be played by lower elos. It is specifically one that gets played by higher elos for a thing. Cassidy? No, Cassante. Cassante. The guy with the two tonfas. Not Cassidy. Cassidy's a different argument in its own right. Cassante. Yeah, Cassante. 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 I apologize if I'm saying it too fast and it's like becoming less legible. Again, Kiwis talk really, really quickly, so we tend to like, it becomes harder to think. But yeah, Cassante is a champion I objectively think by design is not a great champion. Like looking at the large scale thing. But I see what they were trying to go for, and I would love to see them try and actually move that character around and do something with it. I just stand by, I do not agree with the weird hybridization that benefits from hybridized build. That's what I mean. I don't like how they made it with every new mechanic that whoever is winning wins harder. So I disagree with that. There has been more than enough catch-up mechanics. I do think this season is interesting because at this stage, with the way that the game is, I do agree with you that it feels like winning, those that are winning win harder. I think what they could possibly do is potentially pull back on kill reward, like base kill reward might be an interesting thing to approach, because then it would incentivize still excessive amount of killing, but less damage done to those that get ahead from kills, which would be interesting. The quests are super dumb. I disagree with that. And the new jungle monster? You mean the dude that turns up? I disagree with that as well. I think it's a really cool system. I think that it just requires a little bit more tweaking and change, and I think that there's definitely a space for it to work. Yeah, Arakan. Yeah, no, I know him because he's in Legends of Runeterra. Like, I get what you're trying to say, but like, I mean, it's too strong. I do not think it's too strong. I just think that people don't understand what... It's requiring people to change how they play. And that's the problem in my eyes. Is that people aren't... This is the same argument with Bard. Bard took like multiple months for people to figure out you need to play differently. Now, while I'm not going to disagree that like some of it is definitely tuned a little too far in some ways, Asdap has talked about one thing that I actually agree with, which is that the feats of strength should be available to both people. It should not lock out for the other team but just make it so it's delayed, right? So it means that everyone can earn that power eventually, which is great. I like the idea of that, because that goes more with the philosophy as well that they're doing. But outside of that, I don't see any massive issues with the design that they've gone with. Like, I don't want to play, but I just don't like playing that environment. And that's fine. I'm capable of recognizing me not enjoying something, but not it being bad. Capable of doing the quest better, and you're gonna have to go for that? Yeah, and that's the case, right? That's the same with every meta. Outside of when there was a fucking purple, the trailblazing smite, that's always been how it is. Objectively speaking, there are better characters for better things. Oh, we're in this kind of meta, a gank meta. Then Rek'Sai and shite become better. Like, I get what you're trying to say, but it's okay, because it means that they can do other things to improve around that. But the quests feel like you were forced to do those characters? Okay, I've got a question for you. How many junglers can do this? In your opinion, how many junglers are good for that thing? Because I will immediately point at several metas where there was only 3 junglers that you could play. And that wasn't like a subjective opinion, that was an objective opinion. If you didn't play Jarvan, Sejuani, or Rek'Sai at the time, you were trolling. Because you could not clear fast enough, and your team was behind. And you would lose the game. Is it more than 5? Because if it's more than 5, I see no problem with that being the case. Because that means you cannot be banned out. Not easily. If it's 10, then it means that there's more than enough room to wiggle with it, and then they can buff some other characters to bring them up to snuff when necessary. Like, this is kind of where I'm going with, like, if you look at it that way, all of a sudden it shifts the kind of argument, right? It's like, oh no, I can't play these 3 characters, but now you can play 10 others. The game's changing, you have to always adapt to it, right? But yeah, so it was the fun part of it. And gank to get first blood and snowball like that. Okay, I can think of at least 20 junglers that can do that. That are within the current meta. So that's not a problem. Especially when we're talking, it was 160 something characters that they got. Oh no, only like what? It's a lot still. No. Like, this is where I will say, and in the nicest sense, it feels like you're being very hyperbolic with some of this because you've got like a very emotional attachment to the scenario. Where it's like you've gotten personally irritated, and that that makes sense, right? Again, your experience is your experience. I can't take that away from you. And because I don't actively play, there's definitely some information that I probably don't have available to me that is maybe misinforming my argument. But I will say that I will give credit to Riot Games. While they fuck up, they outside of a few things, and those are normally the monetary business decisions that aren't made by like anyone that actually knows what they're talking about, they normally do fix things. I mean, they made the character worse. I was enjoying it. Yeah, and like, you're entitled to being like, damn, they've made the character I was enjoying worse. That is a fair opinion to have. That is completely understandable. That's how that. Look, I'm not going to take that away from you, and that's a great feeling to have, because then you can go, hey, look, I'm upset because what I was enjoying is no longer as enjoyable. And that's what we're trying to like boil down to. That's okay. And that's why it's shitty. And I'll use myself with an example on TFT, right? Do you have any idea how many sets of TFT I've just skipped? Even though I absolutely love TFT and I love Mort Dog. But I just didn't like the sets. I didn't enjoy them. I didn't enjoy the way that they clicked. Anything like that. Even if they were really well balanced, I just didn't enjoy them. And that's fine. Because that was me personally, I didn't enjoy them. I actually, fun fact, I really didn't like set 10. I didn't enjoy playing it. Because I just didn't enjoy set 10. I love the music. I really did. And that was what kept me playing. Because I kept trying to do silly music things. But like when I tried to play it seriously, I just didn't enjoy it at all. I genuinely didn't want to play. And objectively speaking, that set is a really good set. So it becomes a really interesting scenario with that. Like, if I was to rank the sets, I would still put set 10 very highly. But if I was to do a personal feelings one, it would be probably ranked like in the middle. And that's kind of the point. That's why I also don't play set revivals anymore. Because every time I've played a set revival, I have just hated the experience. There's a reason why I say TFT keeps learning every set and keeps trying to improve. Victor, like the arcane one? I love the Victor that they've done. I think it's awesome. I really enjoyed it. And in the nicest sense, and I've said this to a lot of people, the people that are like, no, the old one is better, they only liked one or two things and they're trying to point at more. Like, the old one, lore-wise, fucking mess. There was not actually a consistent thing. Like, he was as much of a ping-pong villain as Wanda was in the Doctor Strange movie. If you liked Wanda in that, okay, fine. But if you disliked her, then you don't really get the room to say anything about the Victor. It's okay to rewrite a character when their lore is completely fucked and you're rewriting their lore anyway. Gangplank is an example of this. Like, a lot of people are probably going to forget this. Gangplank got overhauled and rewritten his entire story around a singular event, exactly the same as how Victor is. And nobody really complained about that. Because the new Gangplank, or well, the new Gangplank at the time, he's changed a few times since, absolutely phenomenally better, both story-wise and just gameplay-wise. The fact that his E is no longer a random ass, like, hey, everyone wanna fucking buff Lamau. Or his ult is no longer random fire. Because yeah, fun fact to anyone that's wondering, GP ult, back before his rework, or his like big rework, his ult cannonballs would hit randomly within that space. Yeah, you could genuinely miss. Now, if you landed in an area, it's hitting that bitch. And it's so much better. Sounds ass to have an ability to be unreliable unless the reward is so worth it. That's the problem. It did similar damage as the one at the time, I believe. I think they may have even buffed its damage. But it was just inconsistent. It did not have the payoff. It was just objectively bad. You only ran APGP as the funny you could one-shot them with your ult, maybe, but you could also, like, full heal with the oranges and take a Lich Bane and fucking kill everyone. But that was because Lich Bane was also broken as fuck back then. Because, like, it objectively was really, really strong on characters that just shouldn't be running it. But that's because it was a weird irregularity and the build was extremely inconsistent. So while this one item made it okay, it didn't make it, like, the best build in the... well, one or two of them times it did. But it did get kind of worked on and fixed, but we're also talking about, like, the first third of Riot Games' existence. They're allowed to make a lot of big fuck-ups at that point because they're still learning. They still learn, but now the fuck-ups are a lot less big. I mean, fuck, you want to hear my objectively worst meta that they've ever done, and I'll stand by this, you cannot convince me otherwise, is when they fucking thought Grievous Wounds should only affect self-healing. I've talked about this so many times, but like, that one was one of the worst metas in the game. And that's one that I think most people will agree upon, is that it was just not fun. Because the games became so slow and sloggy. That was also around the time where, like, laners would take jungle camps to try and get level advantages. Like, it was just not fun that everyone started the game with taking one of the jungler's camps, so the jungler was just this fucking fifth wheel on the bus, starved out of its fucking... It's like putting a fucking bike wheel on a bus at the back of it, and it's like, well, I mean, it's there and it's turning, well done. Another thing I remember probably happened more than once, but there was a Worlds where a champ had 100% ban rate. I think it might have been that meta. I think it was fucking... I can't remember, but I do remember that as well, yeah. There's always champs with 100% ban pick rate. I know Azir's been pretty bad a couple of times, but that's because, again, he's mechanically a really complex champion. So, it's one of those problems of, he has so much room for error, but if you don't have any error, he's insanely potent. Especially with Shurima Shuffle and his old range. Which is why they had to nerf that shit, right? And I think that was fair. Remember Nidalee being 100%? Oh god, yeah. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah. I mean, fuck, do you remember the meta where Nidalee could kill her own teammates? That was a fun time. I'm gonna set these as two separate functions. This is just gonna be easier. If you're wondering, I've been just trying to think about how I was gonna handle something this whole time. I'm gonna be lazy. Let's get back to programming. I mean, I'm still fine talking about this stuff. Like I said, it's been this entire time I've been sitting here trying to think if I should do this or that. So I have no issue with it. But yeah, it is a very interesting scenario. To look at with a lot of the stuff. And it's a difficult one. It really is. It's something that I think I've learned a lot, though. From doing development now to the extent that I have and listening to developers is just how much, like, player perspective matters so much to the player. And for the developers, player perspective gets lost eventually. So it's really hard to sit in that middle ground, which I'm trying to do my best to try and be able to see it in both ways, which is hard. Are you animating a hit on a sprite? Do you mean like a little particle or something like that when something gets hurt? No, I don't think so. It is something I've considered, but it's also kind of on that haptic feedback argument where, like, I need to add some audio for when enemies get hit and and improve the audio for when the player gets hit and stuff like that. Because, like, you as the player need to recognize when you're actually dealing damage, because while the numbers turn up, not hearing, like, a noise, like a sort of thing like that, or a when you're hitting, kind of affects that. So it's like you're morphing a sprite by code. I kind of am, but for a different thing. So, let's go back here. There we go. And I'll get into that shortly, shall I? Go with... but yeah, so this is the idea of this, whoops. I mean to have it all selected. This script that we've just done here is to have Matara scale up in size when she ults. Function arcs. An arcs thing. Okay, one. Name, duration. Name, duration, function, function overflow. And then it should be the thing. Oh, it's, oh, I see. I think, I'm just gonna have to let that be a... the base sprite or a new sprite, because I thought the larger sprite is just more pixels and, problem solved. So, this is where we go to a thing I talked about very briefly earlier today, is that I've decided to take some shortcuts to get to the next update, because I want to see if I can get the update done either today or by the end of this weekend is the latest. So it means that some things I'm going to be doing are not what I want to do long term, but are kind of in a sense placeholders for now, so we can actually get this update out. Because I've said before, like, I don't like placeholders. There's a weird thing in my head where, like, placeholder feels like being lazy. That's why there is now what we've got here, which is the whip icon. I actually have a work in progress icon to fill the slots for those that, like, don't have icons now, so it's very clear what doesn't actually have an icon. So, long term, I will probably have a different sprite in that position. But I will probably have a different sprite that then gets scaled up anyway, so it switches somewhere in between. I have a fair few ideas of how I'll approach that, but those are things that I think is better to approach later down the line in a more long-term fashion. But for now, I want you guys to be able to actually play this stuff, because I don't think Matara is even on the current patch cycle from memory. So I feel like you guys should be able to play with Matara at this point. It's been too long. Now I need to go steal the same code from Juniper. What is it? Reset zone. There we go. So, there's going to be a change to how I want to approach Matara for now. Again, as an argument of just getting things further along. The idea I have is that I'm just going to make it so you're immune to damage and you get an area buff during this time. That is it. That is all I'm going to do for now. Okay, think this should all work. Actually, before I launch this, I'm going to go to the very top, and we're going to modify this value so we can test this faster. Ugh. Actually, you want to know something that I found really fascinating listening to? From, is it Gavin from Wizards of the Coast? One of the guys that works quite heavily there on a lot of sets and stuff like that, especially around Commander. It was really fascinating listening to him talking about Eminence as a mechanic. Because I find Eminence is a system that's very interesting, but it's very problematic. And it's really cool listening to how it's like, we had this idea, and we really didn't like it, so we can't do it ever again. I'm like, I can see that, but... it doesn't scale correctly. That's really fucking funny. Oh, that's so fucked in the best kind of way. Oh, that's really funny. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's so good. Oh, sorry. My brain is... I gotta recover from that one. Oh, that was so good. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, that's so fucking... That's so funny. Okay, Alright. Gotta pull your shit together. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, so this is exactly what I thought it would be. Alright, I knew there was something I was missing, because it felt like it was... There we go. Alright. I'll fix it. That's... Oh, that was so funny. Oh, that was more funny than I was expecting. Oh, that's... I need to probably increase the speed at which it is scaling back. It'd also be nice to add a transition to the scaling size. So it scales up over time for the camera as well. So I can also scale it back down. Oh shit. The long Matara. Long Matara isn't real. She won't hurt you, Long Matara. Do you see outside of the thing? No, you don't, yeah. Interesting. Ooh, that's gonna be a fun bug. To be fair, that's a bug that I believe we resolve with the Boyd system, so it's not something I'm gonna concern myself too much with. I'm stuck! I'm stuck! I can't move. I actually can't move. There we go. So probably gonna have to make some soft collision safety units there. Also, I should be immune to damage, but it's clearly not the case. I'm gonna have to make a better system for that. It's probably gonna be kind of like how we've done with the global stun, is we're just gonna make like a is immune to damage, like guarantee thing. So I'm stop toggling the same thing as you have when you're taking damage, because it will probably be like that soft instance between. That's really fun. Oh yeah, the teleport will actually scale with the thing as well. Oh, that's so fun. Oh, I'm kind of not gonna lie. I don't know if I would ever want to change that. That's really funny. So I did say I was going to go here, and we're going to increase the rate at which you decrease in size. That's the correct thing to do. Oh. Okay, so that leaves Matara's assist, which is going to be a nightmare to code, and I'm probably just going to, like, say that it's just not getting into this update cycle, because it's going to have so many finicky bits to it. And it's part of the argument of summons need to be, like, really worked on, and it is kind of, in a sense, a bunch of summons. So, yeah. Aside from that, then Cinder. What is Cinder's ult? So we'll just give this the reset assist code. So if you do happen to take it and use it, at least you get a reset, but it doesn't do anything. Okay, we did add dodge recently. We did add the mechanic for dodge, so this shouldn't be too hard. Now you might go, isn't dodge like the same as saying immune to damage? There's a difference. There's a few things that will probably interact with dodge, is the short answer. And it feels like kind of cool to see dodge just keep occurring. Value 1. Don't think there's any other code that I'm gonna need to run for this. Because I'm gonna be a little... I probably should put in this. Because then, let's change this again to skill.value 0. There we go. Oh, also, I didn't mention, because I think it came in after stream, but I have got, like, a couple more cards that came in finally. The ones that I was, like, saying I've been waiting on for ages. See if I can find them real quick. Because I think they've been filtered into the deck that they're supposed to be for. Is the problem, so... It's gonna be a hot moment to try and find them. Because it's the enchantment room deck. So... Which I'm not giving up on. I'm still gonna work on it in the background, but it's definitely, like... I would prefer to get the Edgar Markov one done first. At this point. Where am I looking? There we go. That's the main one. The Eternal Schema. What else did I order? Yeah, these two. Ethereal Armor and Greater Oromancy. So, Ethereal Armor, enchant creature, gets 1/1 for each enchantment I control on his first strike, which is really, really solid, especially for just a one white. Which in an enchantment's room deck's really good, obviously. And then Greater Oromancy is enchantments of Shroud and enchantment creatures of Shroud. Enchantments other than this, by the way, I should say. Yeah, other enchantments. And then... finally got a few of the sorceries that are supposed to go into this one. Card looks pretty. I like... Do you want to see the card that I'm really happy with? This one. This one was super cheap. So that's Cultivate there. That's a really cool looking Cultivate. So, I don't think I need to explain Cultivate. Everyone knows that. Also, Rampant Growth. And I think that was it, because I don't think I got any islands out of it. No. I feel like there was another card, but I don't know where that is at the moment. But yeah, the Marina deck is eventually gonna be there. It's one of those ones where, like, I'm happy to have this deck maybe not even made by the end of this year, and I'll just slowly continue to tick away at it. The Golgari deck, on the other hand, that is almost done, and I'm still, like, mildly upset that it's going to be as long. It's so close to being done, but it's going to take so long to finish it because I just need that last, like, one order. It's sadly enough become 2 orders technically, and I'm going to have to get one of them from the US because Clock of Omens just doesn't exist in New Zealand anymore, apparently. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to order all the other cards. I'm going to put in, like, a card to represent Clock of Omens into the deck, and I'll just see if I can start playing with it. And just explain that, like, the card is literally getting ordered from the US. So it's going to be, like, a month before I can actually play the deck otherwise. Which I'm pretty confident that the vast majority of people there, as long as I'm playing like a casual setting, will be pretty chill about that. So. Cool. That should be the EX almost. Wait. There we go. Reset the EX afterwards. I do kind of want to try this EX because I haven't actually tested Dodge Chance yet. Actually, that's a really use an art card for the Clock of Omens. Yeah, like I've got plenty of art cards. I'll just do that for now. And it will just have written on like the back of it or something, like on it, what I need to do for it, because yeah, I'm happy to order it. The problem is the card's not that expensive. It's just that it's really like hard to find. That's okay. I'll find it. I'll get a version of it. It's because it just makes the deck so much more stupid. It's my one, like, serious card, I guess, in a sense, getting added to the deck, because it enables, like, 5 different OT, like, one turn, or, infinite combos, if I want to do it that way. That's why I'm like, I will have it in the deck, but I don't really want to use it. It's good to have options to do that, but it's not good to build your deck like that, because then it just becomes unfun for everyone else to play. Okay, let's see what happens when we have our ultimate active. There we go. There's a copy of it in BNDD. Oh, is there? Okay. I'll have a squizzy then, because yeah, I didn't see any earlier when I looked at like every place. Like I've looked at a lot of places, I didn't see one there before. Maybe it's new, maybe I missed it. But dodge works as intended. That's awesome. It's cool as well because I'll be able to test dodge chance out pretty easily with let's see. Okay, I will keep that tabbed, and I'll see about ordering that maybe next week. Depends on all the stuff, because I still got to do the Hobby Master order. Alright, there we go. What was Infernal Wagging supposed to be again? Where is my dock? I don't have it open anymore because I closed it last night. Normally I have a copy of it like open and ready. There we go. Alright, where was... and assist, Infernal Wagging, gain boost, and gain increased damage modifier for a period of time. Okay, that's all it was. How am I gonna give that effect? Give it as a sub, a fake skill, and then... yeah, I think this is another one of those ones where it's like, we're just gonna have, the reset assist, and we'll come back to that, because I just realized how much of a pain in the ass it's gonna be. There we go. Gotta make sure that that's all done up. There we go. Right, so... the Crony Coin situation? Yeah, I have seen that. It's... dude, that gave me a good chuckle. That definitely gave me a good chuckle. I can't remember. I think I may have even like made a quick comment on underneath one of them. Let's have a look-see. I did make a comment that's like very funny that I'll show anyway. When it loads. Did I reply to the scenario? Yeah, here we go. It's because Kay made a joke on it as well. There you go. Damn, you two. Also, have you seen this outfit? So this is like a new thing for Iron Mouse and stuff. This looks fucking cool. God damn. Why does she get like such cool designs and I just feel like I can't pull it off, man? I'd wear that shit in a heartbeat. Yeah, so this is the one that this morning made me chuckle quite a bit. This was like right as stream was starting, by the way. So Monarch just like stumbled across an image and it's a real mystery, guys. And then I just respond with oh, I love how many people have enjoyed this because it's very clear everyone that's enjoying this has got that sense of humor and it's the right kind of sense of humor. Wait, you did a face reveal? My god, my whole world has changed. Everything is crumbling around me. The sky is looking bleak and I don't know how to continue. Next you're gonna tell me you did music stuff or voice act. Oh, I really don't know if I could handle that. Yeah, as I just find that very funny. I fucking wonder. Oh yeah, this was me complaining about last week's thing. Face reveal when? You know what? We'll do a face reveal at like a thousand subscribers. There you go. We'll do a face reveal then. Yeah. Actually, no. Let's make the bar higher. Let's say 100,000 subscribers, and we'll do a face reveal. Actually, no. What was the thing again? There was a promise I made for making a fucking sexy calendar, like way back in my first year of streaming. And I still want to abide by that. I wish I remembered the number though. Is it 100,000 or is it like 200,000? I'd have to go look. I have it written down somewhere. But, so... I feel like I might need to explain that one a little bit actually the moment I say that. So... I love Majima in Yakuza series, and I said that I would cosplay Goromi from the Yakuza series if I got to like 100,000 subscribers. And in fact, I would even try, like, I would even set up for an official photo shoot at that point. And then I would do like a calendar with it. I'll sell a calendar or sell the things like that. Oh, fuck me, I forget the dumb shit that I say sometimes. And the shit that I look at on Twitter. This is funny to me in the right kind of ways. Also this one where it's just, these are my two personalities. Yeah. Being born in 2004, grandma says now. Dude, I hate that shit, man. I hate that. so much seeing that sort of comment, and you wanna know why? So I mentioned this morning. I have started re-watching Doctor Who, the new series Doctor Who. Well, I say new series, it's not even the new series anymore. So I'm like halfway through the first season with Christopher Eccleston last night. I just finished the Slitheen stuff. Yeah, fuck me, that stuff is 20 years old now. Yeah. I was not ready to kind of like realize that. Yeah, Doctor Who started again back in 2005. We're almost at the point where people born out of Doctor Who have opinions that may or may not matter, and that scares the shit out of me. I kept making that joke for fucking Shrek. Now I can do it for Doctor Who, and that doesn't make me happy. So yeah. 2001. Jesus. Don't say that! I feel my organs. They're aging as we speak. Pain. Misery. Oh god. My brain can't get around that. And, stopped being the doctor 12 years ago. Dude, oh. Like, I remember watching Christopher Eccleston's episodes airing in New Zealand. Man, I still remember watching that on the TV, and I'm like... Like, I still consider David Tennant my doctor, because, like... Christopher Eccleston stuff didn't... Like, it was stuff to watch, whereas, like, David Tennant I looked forward to. And that's not to say anything negative against Christopher Eccleston, by the way. It's just... I don't know. I mean, David Tennant's also hotter, but, you know, that's a personal reason. It's always fascinating listening to people's like, oh, this was my doctor. I love that that's a thing, though. It's like, this is my doctor. So I actually love hanging out with some of the people at the LGS, because a few of them are like, my doctor was black and white. And I'm like, hell yeah. I've watched those ones. I grew up with some of that as well. That was good. Yeah, 20th anniversary of the new Doctor at this point. It's kind of wild. And now we're getting the Disney Doctor. He left due to a feud with the writers. Yeah, so the Christopher Eccleston one's a fairly well-known one, and it's kind of sucky, but yeah. Because it wasn't even... So, to my understanding, if I recall correctly, Christopher Eccleston left not purely because he left because of himself, but he left as a point to say, hey, your treatment of everyone here is kind of shit, including myself. I'm not going to stand for this. I'm going to leave. And that's fair enough. If I recall correctly, I think they did improve a little bit afterwards, but they've always kind of had a few issues. But yeah. It does suck that he was only around for a single season. I think he's a really fun and interesting individual, especially the way he portrayed the Doctor. Like, again, I'm how many episodes in now? When was the final Slitheen episode? That's like episode 5 or something like that. Like, I'm that far in, and like, I'm enjoying it a lot more than I thought I was going to. Even how Monster of the Weeky it is, like, I forgot how much I enjoyed that. Because the next episode's the Dalek, which is going to be really fun, because I loved that episode as a kid. Like, Daleks are just iconic. I would still argue, though, the most iconic villain in all of Doctor Who is the Weeping Angels. I think it's a hard one to dispute. Because I think no matter what, even if you don't know Doctor Who, you know the Weeping Angels. Whereas, like, if you don't know Doctor Who, the likelihood of you knowing the Daleks or the Cybermen or the Sontarans or the millions of other things is a lot lower. Watched through a couple episodes of each series and it was quite fun. Might watch through the whole thing. I mean, it's what I'm doing at the moment. I'm just gonna do a watch through of everything up until I possibly get bored. We'll see. Which is kind of good and kind of bad, because what's going to end up happening is I'm going to want to get the Doctor Who Magic the Gathering decks even more by doing this. Which I already badly want to go get those at some point, but it's expensive. I want to make a Villains deck, and I want to make an all Doctors deck. But I also kind of do want to make a War Doctor deck, but you know, I knew about Weeping Angels, they're just so popular and well known. Yeah, it's like, I put Weeping Angels into the same category as trucks with like logs and pipes on them from Final Destination. You may not have watched the movie, but you have that fear. That fear has always kind of existed. But now there is a visualized form of said fear, in a way that now we can, like, tangibly have it. So Weeping Angels is an example of, like, those creepy statues that always kind of felt a bit and eerie and all that. Now we have an example to that. But yeah, the idea of the creature that doesn't do anything while you're looking at it and moves only when you're not looking. Phenomenal design. Very funny hearing it explained, though, because it's a quantum locking concept where they exist in a quantum state where, while unobserved, they're able to do everything, but when observed, they have to be observed as quantum lock. So that's why they freeze into statues. And I'm a massive Doctor Who nerd. I will not deny that. I literally got sonic screwdrivers in my shelf in my room from when I was a kid. / adult. / yeah, shut up. I mean, fuck, one of my cats was called Doctor, like... I got him when Matt Smith was the Doctor, actually. There you go. Like, I still really badly want to watch through Peter Capaldi's stuff, because I know he's got some of the most phenomenally written episodes just out of New Doctor Who in general. I think that, like, he was a great actor to work with on that. Like, the range that Capaldi can accomplish is phenomenal. Not to, like, again, speak poorly of everyone else, just as a point of call that Capaldi is an incredible actor, and he really worked for what they had ideas with. Actually, ironically enough, the one thing I'm the most sad about with the Doctor Who cards and magic is that, ironically enough, if you want to make a good Dalek deck, it still probably has a lot of Cybermen in it, and vice versa. I wish you could just make an only Daleks deck, but there's just not enough cards for it. And some of the best support for the Daleks are also offered to the Cybermen. Was it Cybermen Squad or something like that? I think is the one I'm thinking of. Where it gives all of your artifact creatures myriad. Because I was... we made a video talking about the... Oh, God. So, is that the Kami one, or is that another one? Because, like, I can't remember. I know she talked about it, but I can't remember if she was talking about a specific one, because there's a specific one that's getting called out at the moment in relation to... I'm blanking on her name. Our lovely newest reincarnation. The tiny little rat thing that steals your rooms. Starts with N as well. Totally not anything to do with a plant person. She was pointing out a couple which mostly AI made clips. Oh god, yeah. No, there's a specific clipper channel that is actually a really fucked up person, and they're just generally an awful thing. Oh yeah, no, I know about that one because that was the one in her tweet, I believe. But yeah, so there's a specific clipper that was basically harassing hololivers for ages as well, and would just do stuff in a really scummy way and they very clearly said, I'm only really doing this for money. And to give an idea, they said to Amelia Watson, when she was still active, something upsetting happened, they just responded, cry on stream for content. But yeah, no, it's that one was one that like came up at the that's getting talked about at the moment, because they talked about how a lovely little nightmare eating gremlin thing that's just turned up. The newer VTuber had plushies, and they sold out immediately and stuff like that. And it's just like, wow, selling merchandise right off the bat like this. Wow, you're really desperate for money and all that shit, right? And the amount of people that have been calling them out. I'm kind of hoping it's one of those things where, like, this actually does kill that channel, because that person's just an awful person. They're very scummy. And it's those channels, those clippers, that I think hurt clippers in general, right? Like, it ruins so much of clippers' reputation and everything, because it's just like you're making clickbaity fake things, and you're just being a general scumbag, and then have like the audacity The fucking audacity to say, I would apologize, but I see nothing wrong with my actions. I've reviewed myself and seen no things that I've done that warrant such an action. And it's like, wow! How far up your own ass can you be? Look, it's okay to admit you fucked up. But like, to go and double, triple, quadruple down like that. Now, admittedly, there's an argument to be made, and I ain't I defending Pirate Software for the same sort of thing? Not really. I've said that, like, I don't agree with some of the way that Pirate Software Thor has handled his recent shit, but also, that's a game. That's not, like, something that jeopardizes livelihood and, all that. He's dealing with that separate, and that's something that just, no matter who you are, that's unacceptable. Bigotry is something I will never, ever truly condone. I cannot, for the life of me. So if you ever, like, see me just straight up ban someone for something, it's probably that. The rest of the time, I'm pretty willing to deal with stuff. Ooh! I just opened something and I got reminded. You guys want to see something cool? I talked about this earlier and I didn't actually say anything about it, but you want to see something fucking cool? So, I tweeted about this last night. Alright. So you see this? This is very hard to see. I'm gonna admit this. This is gonna be a thing. Pyro made a mistake in-game and didn't apologize. This is not comparable to that clever dude. Yeah, exactly, right? That's my point. And the thing I will also say, Thor did come out and say everyone fucked up. And admittedly, that's a terrible apology, but he did kind of at least admit fault. So there's that. But yeah, so see this? Right? You wanna know what that is? I got to act like a child last night because of this. So last night, the flatmate told me about how there's a comet, and this comet turns up like every 160,000 years or something. So we went out to have a look at that at the beach. Yeah, the comet. Yeah, that's cool. So that was really cool to go see. You can only really see a bit of the trail of it. No photos really picked that up or anything like that, so we didn't really bother. But it was really cool to be able to see the tail of it and all that. I'm a huge space nerd, so, or sci-fi nerd in general, but space nerd in particular, so I thought that was really cool. But there's also bioluminescence stuff at the beach. These little lights, this is the water. This is literally the wave coming in from the beach. And like we're running around and slapping our feet on the ground and in the water at the beach, and this stuff was like glowing and shit. It's really cool. It's really hard to capture on camera though. Like I tried to take 1 or 2 photos as well, but just that shit does not come up on camera easily. But like think about basically the entire ground being this in some areas, and it would just like be like that. It's so pretty. So yeah, no, that was last night. I fucking had a very late night because I went out and had a look at all that stuff. It was really cool. But yeah, the comet was awesome to see, and then this was really cool as well. I've never interacted with bioluminescence before. So this was like a hell of an experience for me. And I'll say this very clearly, to anyone that ever interacts with bioluminescence, just be a kid. Just, it's okay. We all understand. just jump around, be silly, have fun. It's so cool. It's so cool. Like, I've always seen videos of it and stuff like that, and admittedly, it wasn't as, like, insane as you've seen in some videos, but, like, it was really cool to just, like, walk and then see glowing on the phone. Glowing on the ground right out behind you. I have a great phone, a photo of the comet, if you want. Put it in Discord for you to show. Oh, yeah, no, do so. If you've got a good shot of it, because, like, I just couldn't get one with my phone, because, all I could get was the tail, and the tail wasn't very clear. But it was just really, really cool. Like, I cannot stress enough how much fun it was to just, like, play around with lights like this just being everywhere. Let's have a little look-see. Yeah! That's a great shot of that. That's far better than what I got to see of it. But yeah, that's... that's gorgeous. I love that a lot. I'd have been way further up north than that is the other problem as well, because I'm a lot further along the beach where I came in. But yeah, I still even remember the clouds for it. It's the fun part. But that's good. That's a great shot of that. Dude, it's so cool. Like, why is space stuff so cool like this? The stupid fucking thing coming out of my mouth, I swear. But no, that's really nice. Like, overall, it's such a cool thing. It's just such a cool thing, all of it. So yeah, I had a lot of fun with that last night. Had a lot of fun with that. So yeah, that was the thing that I was like, I kind of want to share and talk about that, because it's just so cool. It's so cool. This is why, like, if I ever have more money than brain, I'm definitely getting, like, a place away from light pollution and, like, so much gear to just be able to look up at the stars every few months. Like, the worst part is, I'm gonna get all of the shit for it. I'm gonna, like, use it, like, once every month or so, but I'm still gonna call that worth it in my eyes. Because, like, I know the planets have all been quite visible at the moment as well in the area. Like, apparently there's some nights where, like, you can see pretty much, like, 6 planets and such. Which is kind of insane. Gotta love meteorological phenomenon like that. It's just so cool. As you can tell, there was a very solid amount of time when I was like, I can't even think what age, where I would just like heavily dedicate myself to stars and all that. I found it so cool and fascinating. But sadly enough, that was kind of one of those like dinosaurs phases, right? Could have summoned Cthulhu. Damn it. I'm going to summon Cthulhu. sorry, that's a very shitty reference to something. I do just look. Just summon Cthulhu. God damn it. Now I'm gonna have to wait for the next time, so I have to. The ritual's just gonna have to sit there. Well, luckily enough, it only needs like a few human sacrifices, right? I'm sure I can find a few more people between now and then. Let's see, create. What am I looking for? Create sprite. There we go. For my crew last night? Hell yeah. Dude, I still can't wait for the day where I just make it, like, Eldritch, like, sort of series. Surely I've got to at some point, right? Cosmos inspired me. Yeah. What kind of game should we do if I was to do a Eldritch game? There is Call of a Cthulhu game. I mean, there is. There's a lot of other, like, Cthulhu-esque, well, Eldritch sort of games out there. Doesn't stop me from, like, wondering what I would do if I was to do it. Like, what would I... See, this is the thing as well, and I'll say this is, like, in the weirdest sort of aspect. There's a reason why I've considered even playing Eldrazi in Magic the Gathering, just because I love the idea of playing with more, like, Eldritch Abomination stuff. But also, I don't want to be that person and bring a fucking Eldrazi deck to the table. Maybe an XCOM, like, game would be interesting with Cthulhu Mythos. Interesting. I could see that working, honestly. Like, genuinely. I think that would actually work out quite well. I mean, it wouldn't be hard to kind of redo something that is basically... Because, like, if you think about the XCOM games, it's already about dealing with, like, an external threat that is far beyond your understanding. You can just do a lot... lean more into the horror element of it. And the mysticism aspect in that sense. And, yeah, you'd be able to do it pretty easily. It'd be interesting as well, because, like, what would you do for... So who... The question then becomes, in that situation, are you, as the player, the forces fighting against the Eldritch? Or are you the Eldritch forces yourself? And like, what are the sides to this? Do you have like the human race versus the Eldritch oncoming? I feel like it's got to be human race versus Eldritch, and you are the human race. So again, that XCOM element. And that's the thing that makes the most sense. So what would be the end goal with that kind of game? You aiming to fight back against Cthulhu? Good old Cthulhu coming in hot? How much do you go into the Eldritch lore as well? There's so much that could be done. So much. Again, this is... Welcome to what I do in my free time when I have it. So I just sit there and think about games I could make. It's not a good and healthy thing to do. Too many things. Oh yeah, speaking of, y'all want to see what I did in an afternoon and kind of hate myself for how much I've already done on it? So I've never used Godot before, right? We literally saw me install it the last dev stream. I think it was on Monday. Was it on Monday? Or was it on? It was either this week or last week. So I decided to like kind of get some work done. I won't show everything because some of it's just not scale set. A lot of it's still very early on preparation. But having never coded in Godot before, say hello to also, yes, I'm using Soul Ring as the default card. Sue me. There you go. That's why you never work between streams, you lazy streamer guy. Yeah. I'm so lazy. I don't overwork myself at all. I mean, the fun part is yesterday was what I would normally, with quotation marks, call my day off. Which I would have probably gone into town and gone into the store to like chill out like I do normally on Wednesdays. But I wanted to get some work done because I had some editing I needed to do, which ironically enough I forgot to upload the short from yesterday at the correct time. I didn't schedule it, so I just released it like a few hours late, I think. Just released it as soon as I realized. I have like now 3 shorts sitting there to be queued up correctly. Which I should do that later today. I'll do that after stream. Because what was the one that I put up? It was the fucking stupid D's Nuts jokes one, right? Where it's like me having a... Saw the short, got over 60 seconds mark. Yeah, like, it's interesting, because now you can do 3 minutes with shorts. I'm still gonna aim around the 1 minute marker. As much as I can. Because there's just no reason not to. It's 1 minute and 6 seconds. The audacity. Yeah. It's just I couldn't edit it down enough to like make it justifiable not being that. Like I stripped a lot out of that one. There was a lot of time that I removed and a lot of like not slightly tangential stuff that went into it. So I stripped that away. What are the next shorts that we've got available? We've got Karage, we've got Become a Magical Girl, and Best Girl by Process of Elimination. I should actually like start adding descriptions, by the way, to these. I'm being lazy. I'm literally just uploading them and not doing all the tweaks that I should be doing. This one's gonna be one of those ones where like some people find it, but yeah, this one's on the longer side. Best chat member. Admittedly, yeah. This is the best part with actually having a more active chat, is I feel like the shorts now that I do are way more fun because I'm not the one being the like reason. Like I'm not the one basically saying, haha man, I made a really funny joke there. Right? I think that's something that I've like, because Karage is a great example of me just like patting myself on the back for a joke that I thought was funny. And it feels so weird to do that. Obama putting a medal on Obama meme. Basically, like that's the hardest part about like a lot of these. Is that like it just feels so weird to do. But that's the point of the highlights. Is you try and find the best moments. And that's why like I watch through the streams a little bit again, and like I watch around the moment to see if there's any extra context. But like I genuinely want to stress, there are shorts that I like list down for their times that I don't make. Because I'm like, man, that was only funny in the moment, not funny now. Not funny, didn't laugh. Alright? But like, Karage I thought was kind of funny. Become Magical Girl is another one that I guess is a bit more of a pat on the back, and I thought that was still cool. It also has like voices in it, which I really love. It's something I find very funny is I actually enjoy hearing myself do different voices. Because like I find it really entertaining because it's like, oh, this is how I hear it in my head. This is how I hear it in real life. And like sometimes it genuinely sounds even better than I expected it to. It's just that slightly fun time. But yeah, I guess look forward to those coming out at some point. Sadly enough, Process of Elimination's probably next week is when we're gonna see that one. Because I'm gonna do the other two first. So I got one coming tomorrow and then one on a Sunday. Oh, fuck, you wanna hear one thing that, like, has me a little shook as well? They've now announced a Sparkle doll from Honkai Star Rail. And I'm like, I kinda wanna get it, because then I can make a joke about it being a bomb. Which is funny, given the context of Star Rail and it normally being a bomb disguise. Sparkle's a weird person. She is a terrorist. There is no little way of putting it around. But I do love the idea of just having that. It's like sitting on the shelf. It's like, what's that? It's a bomb. What? Don't worry about it. Now, one thing I think I need to go check up on is, did I actually give this? No, I have not. And there's a stretch from weird to terrorist, might be wrong. I don't know, they're kind of similar. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 news and the drama of it all? No? I have not. Merchant and a gay sex scene you can trigger? Is it seriously the controversy? Oh, for God's sakes, not again. Dude, I'm so, like, done to death with the BS that is, like, these people complaining about stuff like this. Like, at what point in time do people just need to realize they can complain and then just fuck off? Just fuck off. More childish than a baby? Kind of, yeah. Like, there's a reason why I will happily accept the word woke being put in quotation marks like that. Because it's just people that are just moaning about how... It's just... why? Is the guy making the game attack the guy who defended the game because he didn't watch the video and only read a clickbait title? Oh god. Not, it's always dangerous for developers to call out player base stuff. It's really rough because, like, developers should be allowed to. In my personal opinion, developers should be allowed to express their opinions openly. And it's actually better that way because then it's them communicating with the community, potentially. But the issue is that, we don't let them. Developers don't get that opportunity easily. Wait, it's not hash, is it? No, it is hash, but what is the area writing? It's like at something? Problem is, this is the wrong place to be looking. At 0. Hash at 0. There we go. Developer also made a post about developers should not attack their fan base right before attacking the guy defending him. Yeah. Used to play on a WoW private server where the home side had kind of a chat box where the devs could write what they were working on. Sometimes it's more conversations, things like that. It was so good. No one answered or commenting anything though. Yeah, like, the thing is, right, is there's a lot of great examples of it in a lot of different contexts, but like, you have to understand, developers are people, right? They're doing their best, they're trying to, one, make a living, but two, make a game, and they're normally fairly passionate about the project in some capacity. Especially in games, a lot of them are really excited to make the game, right? In some way. It's just shitty because the outcry and backlash that a developer can get and the witch hunting that can occur just for saying anything really on like Twitter or any like public platform is just so scary that I can understand why they wouldn't want to, but the problem is, it's because they don't do it that people also don't get the opportunity to just leave it normally and treat it quite normally. Oops. Right. But yeah, like, I think it's really important for developers to become more transparent, more clear with their community, create better avenues for conversation. In fact, in a sense, that's one of the benefits I have with how I approach stuff, right? Is that, like, irregardless of how large I am or how large the game is, there is an avenue here where if you play this game, you can come and talk to me on the chat and we can discuss like kind of what's going on. You can see pretty much 90% of what's coming up in the game at any given time. Like, the only thing I'm working on in the background at the moment that's just not going to get implemented for this update is Boyd's, but like, that's going to be something I'm going to explain on stream at some point. Okay, is there anything I can think of that needs to be done? Can we think of anything that's like currently missing that we know needs to be done for another update? Not things that could be done, things that need to be done. Because we're only doing need things right now. Like, actual just bugs, basically. There's the one where enemies won't correctly path you when you're on the edge, but I can't fix that at this point. It's probably just not within scope. Unless, maybe? No, it wouldn't be. Especially when I'm reworking movement on a grand scale as it is, to go back and do a patch job fix for something like that would feel so awkward. Like, awkward and awful. It just freezes the enemies is the main thing. Is there any... I mean, I could just test a run. And see how it feels. See if we come across a crash or something. Because that's the other thing, is I'm probably gonna... I think there's like 1 or 2 crashes, but I can't remember where they are. I'm actually kind of surprised at how quickly I've managed to get most of this stuff working. Oh yeah, the Matara damage thing. I mean, I can implement the system for that very quickly. So we'll do that probably after this. Just setting immune correctly. Oh, upgrading cinders is actually, like, not very good at this stage, is it? Now that I think on that. Okay. I also think EXP needs to like have a soft like randomization where it drops. But that's also like there is plans to change how EXP drops in general to ensure that it never sits outside of the acceptable space. God, the magical girl is such a pain in the ass to kill. Like, it's one of those ones where I actually love it because she's both one of the easiest ones to kill and one of the hardest ones to kill. Because just avoiding her attack is not hard. At all. But, like, getting to her and hitting her is the hard part. Which is the point. It's really, I do think I actually did a decent job with her design. It's just really funny to think about. Man, the game is gonna benefit so much when I finally add the, like, you can see how long your buffs are for. Might as well activate a shrine. So I need to deal with her splash as well, technically. How much area am I even getting from that? Like 5%, okay. Yeah, huge amount, huh? It's giving 80% area. Yeah, I think I can probably bring its numbers up at some point, so. Also, we've gotten a lot of bloody bombs this room. Out of the packs on the ground. Kind of funny. Oh, here comes the vacuum. Gotta go with instances of damage. That's what we're aiming for. So we want cascading effects with the damage. Oh, good old party animal. There is Eagle Eye. That's, Doki's item? Might as well pick it up. It's gonna give us a shitload of crit. Crits related stats eventually. I'm probably gonna die at this rate. I need some form of healing. The issue with only getting bloody bombs out of the thing is that we haven't actually gotten that much healing. Oh, those do not give a shit about, let's see. No, they don't, okay. Dude, party animal's still just such a fuck it. It's so much health. I think I need to pull. That's one thing I think I'm noticing a lot, is that just the boss's health is, like, just a little too high, I think. Especially party animals. Okay, stun's nice. Hello? Line 75 on shrine options. Alright. Oh, I think I know what's happened. Oh, that's gonna be a pain in the ass to fix. I told you about Aspen reacting to Numi? Yes, you did. Or someone's mentioned it at the very least. Dare I ask if Numi's reacting to Asmongold now? That'd be funny. The baiting situation suddenly got changed to these people are masturbating. Yep. Yep. That's about right. That's about fucking right. I just look over at the Discord again and see the fucking meme Matthew post. God damn it. Oh, that's great. That's great. Bro, my eyes are refreshed and it just got changed. That's kind of funny. Gotta get that SEO values, man. You posted while talking about that. I don't get notifications while I'm streaming. I look over and I see there's another thing in there, so I looked at it quickly. This is why I try and check that stuff regularly. Okay, this. There we go. That'll fix that bug. I get my ears blown off whenever someone sends a message in Discord. What would be your solution to overpopulation? No genocides. Since it's estimated that we'll have 10 billion people in 2075. So I'm not allowed to use genocide, huh? If I said create Skynet, and Skynet just happens to commit mass scale human extinction, is that considered? I mean, what? I mean, city info. I guess it's within the guidelines. It's like, I mean, it's not, but it is. But it's a bit of gray zone. Get a good bit of leeway. So what I'm hearing is we need to help fund Neurosama just that little bit more and end the world. I can't wait for Neurosama to turn into Ultron. I would remove the wording labels from stuff so we go back to 3 mil in no time. Oh, I hate how fucking true that is. Oh no, my glasses broke! No! I think I can glue that in later. Or sellotape. No, sellotape wouldn't work for this one. But yes, removing the wording labels would probably remove a lot more population than they would be willing to kind of acknowledge right now. I think is the definitely a clear aspect of it all. This bag of nuts may contain nuts. I'm sorry, I had an allergic reaction. To what? The nuts. What kind of allergic reaction? A nut allergy? Uh-huh. I'd like to see your company. I'm... sorry? I'd like to see your company. For what? For me getting a nut allergy? From the nuts. Yeah? Uh-huh. Can already see imagine people grabbing chainsaws by the blade before oh my god. Dude, I've seen shit like that, man. I still think the thing that fucked me up the most with that stuff was a lawnmower. Is that like someone had the genius idea of clearing out the lawnmower. Like with their hand getting the chaff out of underneath side, and it's like, oh well, it's not like on at the moment. Because, like, that, pulled the throttle down. Thing is, fun little fact with those throttle ones that, exist, if you don't, like, 100% pull it all the way back and then, like, don't let it actually fully turn off for, like, a good solid moment, a few moments, and leave it like that, yeah, the motor doesn't fully turn off. Now, mind you, he only lost like a finger or two, but also that. Yeah! Never liked lawnmowers, man. I never liked them. And that was something I did not need to see. Oh boy, did I not need to say that, now that I think on it more. Why have I done this to myself and reminded myself of such a fucking memories? So yes, even with these labels on there, they're not foolproof, and that's kind of the point, is we'd lose a lot of population if those labels were gone. To be fair, one day, if I ever wanted to, like, really do a funny troll thing, I would just switch all, like, push and pull signs around a town or something. It'd be hysterical. My friend's lawnmower got stuck in, from choking on grass. The idiot tried to pull the blockage out. Was that? Yeah. Like, that shit. That shit's... Show him what would happen to his arm. Good! Good, teach, listen. It's like, here, see this twig? This is what happened to your arm. Vroom. Oh, would you look at that? The twig's gone. Fucking twat, man. Yeah, nah, fuck it. Like, when it happened, because it was the neighbor. For me, like, I was sitting outside, saw the neighbor doing their lawns. And... so, again, want to remind, I'm the neighbor. They're a good, like, half... He was nodding at me and said, oh... well, fuck, yeah. But, like... The thing that, like, probably shook me the most with it luckily enough, we all responded really well to it, in Essential, but like afterwards, was just sitting there, and then all of a sudden, wet on my face, like across, like in a line across my face. I'm like, oh, what the? That's blood. We like look at each other, because like clearly me and the mate, had the same thought of like, oh, maybe I'm nosebleeding. My friend was, and we both had blood. Then we like look in that kind of general direction, and we see kind of what's happened. He immediately starts pulling his phone out. I'm immediately running over to see if he's fucking alive, even though he is rolling on the ground screaming. And yeah. Then I turn it off properly. Ambulance has already been called. We're like going and trying to find his fucking fingers. And yeah, sent him off. Like a few days later, he brings us a bottle of whiskey as thanks. But like, for me, it was... he told him to sit down and have a drink with us. He's like, I actually can't. I would take you up on the offer, but I can't because of the medication I'm on. All the fucking painkillers and everything. And we're like, you know what, fair. I think he got them reattached. I'm pretty sure he got them reattached. But yeah, no, getting wild time, man, wild time. Let's see where it lands. Oh yes, that's always the best way. He has a scar on his forehead to this day. That's... oh my god. Fucking... oh. Yep, that's about right. That's about right. We're at like 13 at the time. Yeah, that's... yeah. Yeah, I had friends like that as well. It's just kind of incredible to think back at how stupid we all once were, right? It's just like, how did we survive? How did we make it as far as we did? Dude, I still remember, like, some of the shit I got up to as a kid, and just question how I managed to live. Wild times. Wild times. To be fair, funnily enough, yesterday, while we were at the beach, since the tide was like really far out, we were just standing on the like the storm drain outages, the pipes for that, and they're actually like quite high up when the water's out, like good meter or so above thing. And the way they're designed is really awkward to jump across, especially for me that's in fucking jandals. And, yeah, I almost fucking fell, like, on my face. It doesn't help that, like, my wrist is, like, weirdly injured at the moment, so climbing up it was also a terrible idea. That was, yeah. My wrist is still a bit sore today, but it's feeling a little bit better as long as I'm not putting like excessive weight on it. It feels okay. It just sucks because it's my left arm as well, which I often use as just like auxiliary. I'm going to sit down, so I'm going to put my left hand down to glide my weight down a bit more. So yeah, you put weight on your fucking wrist all of a sudden. very painful. Very painful. Oh! Fucking... By the way, random, like, tangential sort of thing in a sense. Hearthstone has had its new, like, mini set come out. And... my god. So... something that fascinates me about the design decisions made in a lot of different card games is how they handle things like parasitic mechanics. Now, what am I meaning by this? So a parasitic mechanic is a mechanic that is often, in like a card game example, added for an expansion. And they don't really intend to do it anywhere outside of said expansion. So often they'll either be, they'll be designed in a way to work within the expansion very potently. Some are very good, and some are very bad. An example of a bad one is kind of rooms in Magic the Gathering. They came out with, Duskmourn. And rooms are double enchantments for slightly higher cost. They're not really that great. But like if you have all of the stuff for them, there's some silly fun things you can do. As is what my deck is supposed to be for rooms. Like there's a couple of really stupid combinations and systems in it, but it does mean that like if someone wipes my board of enchantments, I'm well, no, let me correct. If someone has like farewell and exiles all enchantments, I'm fucked. Like I'm just probably out of the game at that point. So that's why, like, I'm trying to see if, like, I need a few gotcha cards in that one. Like, it's a lot of counter spells and a lot of, like, phase outs and indestructibles and all that to ensure that I can get away with it. Anyway. The new Hearthstone expansion is StarCraft. Yeah, it's a little fucking wild to think about, but the set that it's from, the set that it's a part of, is already got a parasitic mechanic, which is the starships. The starships are a mechanic where you have starship parts, and when they die, they get put in, like, the first one that dies brings it to the board for the first time, but, like, the any subsequent one goes in as well, which is you're building a starship. And you can spend 5 mana to launch said starship, and it will have the effects of all of the starship parts that have been, like, put into it, all at once. It's kind of cool. There's some ways to abuse it. There always is. But the problem with Hearthstone is how it handles parasitic mechanics is they're either absolutely unplayable dog shite, and trust me, I have some examples of that, or, in the case of StarCraft expansion, absolutely, atrociously, and unequivocally really frustrating and broken. The design idea of the Zerg has already caused one card to be banned. Just outright. Then trust me when I say that made a whole lot of sense. It was really bad. The Zerg, the problem is, right, is that so each of the kind of factions has a theming. The Terrans, which encapsulate a bunch, like they, yeah. What card was the bad card? So the card that got banned in Hearthstone was, I can't remember their name, but I remember fully their effect. They're a 3 mana, 3/3 spell burst. So when you cast a spell, so keep in mind spells in this are an actual card type, not like a terming. So there's creatures, spells, and then a couple of other things. But it's basically, when you cast a spell, the spell burst will trigger. Give a minion in your hand +3/+3 and this spell burst. What can happen is then if you have anything that could potentially duplicate the minion when you play it, that means you could get 2 of the spell burst. The problem is, Zerglings duplicate, and they keep duplicating, and that's the whole point of them. So it potentially means if I play 1 Zergling, I get 2 Zerglings, and then I get 2 instances of that spell burst. And then that goes back onto another Zergling, which means that I have now a Zergling with 2 instances of the spell burst on it. So I play that one, and now I have 4 instances of it on the board, and you can probably see where this is going. This very quickly and easily gets out of hand with the current deck style. But yeah, so the Zerg decks are all about swarming and duplication and mass board like attack. Surprise, surprise, the Zerg are about Zerg rushing. Who would have guessed? The Protoss are about cost reduction and value. And the Terran are about starships and, like, kind of generally flooding the board with, like, very weak trash things to, like, feed to your starships. Which is kind of cool. I actually think the Terran playstyle looks the most interesting, even though I think it's the weakest of the 3. Now, the one thing that they've done which is really interesting is that Terran encapsulates multiple classes, because you have to remember in Hearthstone there are classes, which are kind of like your heroes that head the deck. So off the top of my head with Protoss, it's... Oh, let's see if... I know Priest is Protoss, I know Druid is Protoss, and I don't remember who else is Protoss. I know, like, Demon Hunter, Hunter, Death Knight, and Warlock are all Zerg, though, from memory. And, like, Warrior... Oh, Rogue is the other Protoss one. Rogue is the Protoss one. Yeah. And then the rest is, Terran. Yeah. It's interesting. I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little sad because, the funniest thing would have actually have been to make Protoss Terran. Priest Terran, because then there would have been a really silly thing you could have done there. But I understand why they didn't because of that silly thing. There's a reason why everyone was sitting there, like, wondering if they would add Starship parts to Priest, because it sounds really fucking OP. Sounds about right with the StarCraft lore. Yeah, no, like, I think flavor-wise, this expansion's phenomenal. I just think the problem is Hearthstone has a tendency to always inflate its power, and very rarely look back at its parasitic mechanics and just kind of leave them as relics of the past and not, like, improve them or expand upon them. The reason I say that is, like, Lackeys is a great example. Lackeys was a parasitic mechanic from an entire expansion, from not one expansion, but an entire year. And it was really awesome. I thought it was a cool one, but they just... It doesn't have any more support, obviously, because it's run out of standard rotation, and what's the point in giving more Lackey support when your the expansions that originally had it are out of rotation, right? They very rarely look at Wild and add stuff to those said parasitic mechanics. There is technically a recent example of them revisiting one of these mechanics, which is with Librams for Paladin in the current expansion, the current main expansion, not the mini set. Because they did revisit Librams, and that's actually led to a lot of problems in Wild, because now Librams have become really stupidly strong. Again, pointing at that example of inflation of adding the same things over and over again in any card game, in any, like, more eternal format, causes problems because now you've got redundancy. This is the case with, like, so many decks, because fascinatingly, I look at Magic and there's actually one thing that would solve so many of those problems, but they don't take that approach, and it has led to certain things inflating super high. What I mean by this is there is the difference of terming that Blizzard uses for some in Hearthstone keep certain things from not becoming too overwhelming, but still means that they just power creep. What I mean by this is Bran. Bran is a great example of what I'm talking about. Bran reads, your battle cries trigger twice. Now, I will use an inverse of this in Magic the Gathering. There is plenty of cards that do this sort of thing, so I'll just kind of like use it as a loose example. Is your ETBs triggered an additional time, is what they typically will have. Hey, Dynamo, how's it going? But so, what's the difference between your battle cries trigger twice and your ETBs trigger an additional time? It's very easy, is one of them means if I have 2 instances of it, it does nothing. If I have 2 instances of cards that say your battle cries trigger twice, my battle cries trigger twice, and then my battle cries trigger twice. It doesn't mean that they trigger 3 times, it's they trigger twice. That's it. Nothing changes. But if my ETBs trigger an additional time, that means that they keep stacking. That is kind of one of the issues that Magic has a little bit, with redundancy scenarios, is that you can potentially escalate things to such a degree that new numbers get just beyond countable and reasonable. Which is one of those things where it's like, it's kind of fine. The benefit that they have is like the main Eternal format, which is Commander. You have 100 cards in your deck, so even if you have redundancy, you're not likely to hit it. Unless you've got lots of tutors and all that sort of stuff, which, if you have a highly competitive deck, you're going to have tutors in there, sure. If you've not got one and you're doing more casual, doesn't really matter. You're probably not going to have as many tutors, if any at all, because, ironically enough, what I've found over the experiences, tutors basically aren't liked because they just take so long. That's it. Tutors are good, but tutors just take so long, and it means that you're like got a really long turn potentially. Especially the sorcery speed tutors that are just painful. Trying to think off the top of my head, like, demonic tutor? Yeah. Demonic tutor, diabolic tutor, I believe both of those are sorcery speed ones. Just means that, like, while they're good, they're also just really boring. Alright. So we fixed that shrine bug. What other bugs? Again, I'm trying to think of any bugs I know of in the game at the moment. Man, I've been sleepy so much recently. It's a very good chance after stream I'm just gonna have a snooze. Been thinking about it a lot. Because that's something that definitely should be acknowledged, is if you just feel really drowsy and have the opportunity, just go sleep during the day. Kind of sucky, but like, if your body needs sleep, your body needs sleep. Let's play with Juniper this time. Oh yeah. I forgot we've nerfed Juniper recently, didn't we? She does a lot less damage, holy shit. She's still good. Because, I don't think we've still got the EX reduction, and now I can do this and just shred through enemies. I'm also reminded of... Damn it. Oops. Wait. Might have to look into that. That was a very interesting crash I don't recognize. I didn't realize I had, I don't think that's wrong. But I didn't realize I had Iron Mouse as, the assist. Makes sense. Okay, so that's bugged. You know, Miri's feeling a lot stronger than I remember, which is kind of cool. I guess there's just more elements to the game as well now. Oh yeah, is this a bug spot? No, so it's only these spots. Yeah. Alright. It was your birthday yesterday? Nice! Happy birthday. Well, happy belated birthday. Hope you had fun. It's not attacking anymore. AI for it's bugged. That's not good. Happy day after birthday, exactly. Do you have any fun prezzies or anything that you got for it? It's always the main thing nowadays, isn't it? Yeah, I wonder why he's not lunging anymore. Something's broken about the lunge. Must have been a state switch before it was ready. It's the only thing I can think of. Control the enemy step, line 177. This one. Status related. Okay. If their status list isn't empty, so they had a status on them. The only one I can think of is stun. Right? Yeah, something not supported, okay. So some value got lost along the way, potentially. That's the first thing I can think of. It's a weird and wacky time for that. Alright. That's gonna require a lot of like debugging in that. Yeah, I don't know why it also lost its ability to attack. I don't think of the state switching it would occur to force that to not happen. I guess I kinda know. I guess it occurred before the thing. It got maybe like semi. Does Miri stun bosses? I can't remember if it does or not. Shouldn't do. Might have been an issue of just state swapping in general then. It's very difficult bugs to occur, and I don't know how easy it is going to be to fix those before I push the update. I'm gonna have to get some more conditionals to those. Okay, one of the things I did see while I was there though was that. God, this is such a mess. I really need to fix this. This will at least fix part of the issue. For this one. But it's not great fix. Very much needs to change. And then I said I was gonna fix the thing for Mataras. Which is gonna be used in more context, but for now we'll just have it as Mataras. Let's see. Create a similar thing. dodge. There we go. Alright. Made the worst choice of my life. Instead of listening to you and working, I started reading Aspen fan comments under the reactions of New Me. You are a moron. I mean this with the utmost love and respect, but really? Did you ever think that was going to be a good idea? Okay, this is a difficult one. I'm just gonna do this for now. I'm gonna have to do a bunch of work to fix things long term, yeah. There we go. Okay, Matara can't take damage now when she's in a roll. Now, realistically, what I should probably be doing is make an array and just have a tick down of things inside of the array for immune systems, because then I just pass through the duration, and that will basically just go, hey, is the array empty or not? If it is, yada yada. So it means that if you have multiple instances of immune, it doesn't have a chance of like accidentally shortcutting the immunity, which means that I can then put the player immunity into that as well. So just when you take damage, the half second. Which should create a better system overall. And it keeps it a bit more on the straight and narrow and consistent. Okay, with that all being the case, let's write up everything I've done in the patch notes draft, and then I'm going to set up for releasing this, because, well, there's a couple of bugs. I think it's been far too long since my last release. Take that out of context. Okay. So, what do we need to add? Alright, so we're gonna have, this. What was Matara's ability again? Some of these animals haven't even watched the video. The comments are based solely on the title and thumbnail. Yep, that is the problem with a lot of that. It's actually really, really depressing how often that's the case. That's some terrible wording. Okay, what was Cinder's weapon again? Pyro swipe. What is the wording on this? What was it was Hellhound Heart was the name of the item. If you're wondering, by the way, so something I feel like I do need to explain with how I'm doing it. So this is me trying to set up a patch notes. I know I just kind of went through a bunch of different things there. So I'm setting up a draft for how I want to do patch notes. This is kind of going to be used for formatting in the future. Now the question might be, why am I adding new to the weapons and items, but not to the passive abilities and stuff like that on the characters, and when they're also new characters? That's because these weapons and items do not exist prior to this update. So I want to explain these are new, and these are also weapons and items that are obviously going global into the global pool. So therefore, they should probably get a sticker saying new. There are going to be some characters in the future that are going to come in. For example, Mel and Doki are going to come in, and their Eagle Eye and Yoga Pants are already in. So therefore, they don't need to have the term new. So you would go sit there and go, oh, so it's now theirs. Cool. I feel like I've got a weird bit of rationale behind it all. But yeah, like, of course, a passive, an ability, an EX, and an assist are all going to be new because they wouldn't exist off the character anyway. Even if I implemented them somehow into game, there would be no way that a player would know if they're there or not beforehand. I don't know. Is there anything else that we've added? The bosses. Not added any new weapons. Okay, so who got added for normal bosses? Knife Doggo? Okay, flies around the player. Now, hard bosses, we've got Queen of Clubs. And then what was the other one? It's Shadow Monster. Okay. What are some bug fixes we know have occurred that are, like, kind of impactful to the game? And some balance... Oh, God. Balance changes is the one that, like, I suck at because I haven't been noting them down often enough. I'm just gonna leave it at this. There has been so many more balance changes that I can't remember, and so many more bug fixes that I could just never remember. This is something that I need to really sit down and actually get better at writing down. I thought her concept is surviving through delayed damage, so I stood in the middle of enemies and we could put... The idea is she's a bruiser. She likes fighting in point-blank range, but there's a reason why her ability, not her passive, her ability is to heal when you're not taking damage. It's to try and stick in the fight as long as you can and then run away when necessary, and then try and tank up as much as you can late game. I do think some of the essential things for that build is the Shy Lily item. When that's at rank 4 and 5, it actually gives armor bonus based on missing health as well, which stacks with Gangrit, which I believe gives, I think that's flat armor it gives. So getting like any source of like slight healing and getting some more tank just makes her really hard to die and really high damage. But no, like you can't go in level like 5, for example, even, and just tank. I was overwhelmed when pause didn't pause, so I can read. That is intentional, that pause doesn't pause. The menu coming up does not pause the game. That is a conscious decision. The rationale behind that is that the game is intended to be multiplayer. So therefore, outside of abilities turning up, levels up, and stuff like that, nothing should pause the game. Because otherwise it disrupts the entire play session and can cause issues. I'll admit, basically, that does mean level ups are one of the only times to read your passive and ability. But you can hover over your weapons at any time to read them, weapons and items. There's an argument to be made. I should probably do something better then for that. Especially for some of them, they are a bit wordy, so it's kind of hard. But yeah, like, it is all a conscious decision that the game does not pause when you open up menu. One of the things I might need to do, though, is add a thing for if you level up, it will go over the top of the pause menu, because there's been times where I've been trying to change a setting, for example, and then you'll get a level while you're trying to change the setting, and it will pull you out of that into the level up, and then it will put you back into the game normally, which means that especially early on, it can be really hard to change your settings. But yeah, no, the game did pause originally when we had that. It's just because of the decision to move to multiplayer eventually, or allowance for multiplayer, that got changed. Also an indicator if a choice is a weapon or a buff or a character skill. Yes, that is something that has been on the docket since basically the levels got added. There is an icon in the game now, and I probably should just like rig up a system for that. I do agree with you, as like that's something that needs some clarity. But as an example, there is icons for that in the game. I mean, you can see them from the character selection stuff, right? So it's one of those things of I really should just sit down and like knuckles in, get that done. Admittedly, I have just forgotten. Because I've just been so preoccupied with everything else. Because I think the worst one for it is, like, arguably items and weapons, you can kind of figure out the difference between the two. Arguably, I think there's only one item in the game that may disrupt that argument. But I will agree 100% that abilities, especially like the assist given ability, is near impossible to figure out if that's an assist, or like if that's an ability or a item, right? Because like, if we go into here, for example, go to character select, weapon, item, EX, and abilities. This one's the passive, this one's the ability. Right? Now, admittedly, there's no way to determine between the two of these. That's just going to be something that's a learning thing. At this stage, I'm probably not intending to really change that that idea. Because, like, you select the character, you go in, and you'll see it very quickly. You do have over here, obviously, the full information as you necessarily need as well. On top right, if you hover over that. And you do actually know what the modifiers are, because if you hover over the modifiers, you can see. Some of the wording's a bit fucked. I will not deny. But, like, yeah, if you hover over here, you can see that stuff. If you go here, cinders are already there. But, like, if you've got this, this is paused. So you can, like, take the time to look at these things. In the current thing, I can't remember if in the current update is broken. The boss might be moving with pause environment. I'm not sure on that one. I can't remember if that was a bug that occurred after the update or not. 2 + 2 = 5. That is a meme. I love that one. I love that one. So that's a Gura reference. That's the reason why it gives, what is it? Is it 25% experience or something like that? The amount of experience is based on the relative values and stuff. It's very funny to me. It was suggested by Roger, like, way, way back when, I believe. But yeah, like, I can't... I mean, while I've got Cinders obviously here, and Hellhound Heart's over here, obviously. Moth Goop, okay, that's probably a weapon, but I should think. I didn't notice it moving. Okay, so yeah, it's probably a bug that was introduced later. I was pretty sure it was, but I don't know for certain. But yeah, like, I mean, this is a stat boost. I think that one's on the arguably easily to understand side. Maybe still need to make an icon for stat boosts. Okay. How hard would it be to implement that choices system? I don't think I can get it done today. I think it's gonna have to be in the next update. Like, that's one of those ones where, like, it's not hard to do, but it's probably gonna take me, like, multiple hours to implement something that looks, like, halfway decent. So, yeah, it's probably not gonna get into this update cycle, but I'm probably gonna have to do something about it. This looks like everything. Okay, let's get this uploaded then. If there's more issues, I can fix them as we see fit. But I feel like it's just time to have this update out. Let's see. How does light from depth interact with Kaeson's red health? Oh, the pink DOT stuff. It's light from the depths does not give a shit about the DOT health. It just cares about your actual health. So that pink bar that's behind the health bar, basically, that is just damage that you're taking over time. That is, like, not actual health. That is, think of it as actually your DOT marker. It's almost like poison. It actually is considered DOT. It just happens to run through two different things for it. VTuber game? Yee. Alright. No, edit game. That's what we want. Okay, I'm gonna have to hide the screen for a split second while I sort this out then. Because I have to go through my files for it. There we go. So it was November last year was the last time I did an update. Oof. Has been a hot minute. Okay. Is there anything else I can think of that I need to sort out with this other than doing the tweets and shite? And general posts in places to show that I've done an update? Okay, it should be there now. So now to do the devlog, which is this. Okay, and then if we go over to Twitter to do the shite there. Oh, trying to remember how to do all of this again. It's been too long, man. Okay. So, yes, it is what I thought it was. Cool. In a second, I'll post the link to all of this in the chat for anyone that's interested in reading the patch notes directly, or all that jazz. Any day now, Twitter. There you go. Okay, so now that should be the pinned tweet. Yay! Cool. I'm gonna have to switch accounts to retweet that and shite shortly. But in case any of y'all want there is the tweet. All right. Oh, it's always a lot of like finicky work that needs to go into doing this stuff. Because you like gotta update a lot of different locations. Borderlands watch along with Doki. That sounds fun. Alright. So yeah, go check out the game. Yay! That's a good point. Is this linked to the last thing or to the general website? I actually can't remember what YouTube's linked to on the videos. Wait a sec. Do that. Yeah, it's just a link to the general thing. Okay. Pin message. Might as well pin the messages while I'm still looking at these channels. Coolio, there we go. Alright. Take a bit of a stretch. Relax a little bit. And watch how I'm gonna get a bunch of bug reports. It's the best way to do it, right? Probably not gonna be writing much more code today. I'm just surprisingly enough, doing all of that and doing a couple of other things I'm gonna have to do. It takes it out of you, man. It takes it a lot out of you. But yay! Update, yay! Now I must rest myself before the next blitz. I don't know what I'm doing with that. Oh, alright. Here we go. Back to hibernation and cave. Honestly, it's... even though it doesn't seem like much, especially at that stage, there is like this weird amount of like weight and stress that just gets released all of a sudden when you've just like finished doing the upload and everything. Right? Like, I cannot stress enough how like it just... there's just a wave. Even though, like, of all things, that should not be that exhausting. Same with submitting, like, that super easy assignment. It's like, yeah, but it's just all the acclimated stuff of that semester, right? It's still the final assignment. It's like finally telling your body, hey, you've done the thing, now you can take a mo. The screw it, it's live now, pretty much. I mean, I know there's a couple of crashes in it, and I'll fix them later. I'm just kind of like, as I said, I'm desperate to have it out because I want to see how common those crashes are. I want to see if other people can replicate them. I want to see if they can get me data from that. It would be really, really helpful. But I also just kind of felt like it's been too long and I need to uphold a standard of having updates out more frequently and more regularly. Luckily with this, now once I focus on Boids, I can probably get like the Boids and a couple of other things done, do another update, and then just like cycle through doing like 1 or 2 bosses a time and doing another update. So it should actually mean I can do more frequent updates. Another thing I've also concluded, I'm probably going to trim down how many bosses I do for the next, like, large-scale update thing. Because I said I was going to do, was it 30 total? I might pull that down to 15, because that means for 15, there'll be 5 hard bosses and 10 normal bosses. We're already 3 normal bosses in and 2 hard bosses in. That means we are quite a ways into that list, and it means it gives me time to get that done, time to work on all of the other core systems I'll need to get done in preparation, and then move on to the lobby update, which is what has really been, is like big, it's basically the quality assurance check. Like, it's bringing up the standards of everything, it's getting the visuals more cohesive, it's getting the heuristic stuff more cohesive, it's getting the environment of the game working, and it's the last-ditch preparations for turning it into a multiplayer. Which, still hesitations on when I want to get that done, because I'm still waiting on GameMaker to have an update for that. Because supposedly they've been working on an update to help improve that. They announced that last year? So that's kind of where a little bit of the hesitation of working on multiplayer has been as well. Is like once you hear, oh, there's going to be better things coming, it's like, do I work on it now? Or do I wait until there is better systems in place so I can work on those instead? Yeah. It also helps that, like, Thor's talked about what he's intending to do as well, which is, like, he's intending to do really highly regulated updates, but of, like, less stability. Just to mean that he's constantly getting stuff out there and showing that he's working on the game, because he didn't really work on it for a while, because he's been working on other things. I expect that to potentially happen in my future as well, if all things go positively. A situation where that's the case, because I'll have to do all my setup and everything. But here's hoping. Oh. But it does mean that you guys get Matara and Cinder now, which I think are the 2 characters that I'm... Well, I'm concerned how strong they are as well. Um... Dear God, I just looked over at the premium prices increasing. Jeez. For, like, Netflix. But yeah, you also get the new base model Junie. She's better with the update. Yeah, that's a good point. Stage clear, now I can download new builds. Watch how it becomes like weirdly harder or something. Actually, no. I stand by. I still think Cinder, especially if you can get like Cinder with Juniper's weapon, I genuinely think is the strongest thing in the game. I'm fairly certain that that's the case. I could be wrong. I'm not sure. Again, this is the beauty of leaving it up to y'all to tell me, hey, this weapon feels a little too good, this weapon feels a little too bad, so on and so forth, right? Like, that's the important thing as well, is like, I cannot deny, I'm balancing in a vacuum at the moment, and I'm not even balancing half the bloody things as well, because I know I need to change other stuff, external. That's why, again, I cannot stress enough, I need to get past the bosses update, because if we can get to the lobby update changes a lot of how the game's going to be. Because it's going to be where we add meta progression, right? So we need to lower the power of the characters a little bit, but not so much that you can't complete a run, but then also change the game to feel a bit better with that. I still think, like, for example, as I said earlier, I think the bosses have too much health. I think the bosses have too much health, and I think there's not enough enemies spawning. Those are the two things that I have observed, and I genuinely think that that's, like, very serious problems that need to be addressed. The problem is, I can't do that right now, because the boss stuff, I mean, I could do that, theoretically, but the numbers on the weapon damage I think is too high, so I need to pull them a little bit back in some places. Then, with the enemy stuff, I mean, I need to introduce a better pathing mechanism so I can have more enemies on screen, is the short answer. Like, that's the important stuff, right? Yeah. I also need to really start, like, working on the skin stuff, but again, that's the difficult one of Working on skins is something that's probably best left to the lobby update. So we'll see. God, I'm playing with my beard at the moment. Because I haven't like trimmed it at all in like a month. And it's getting really, really messy in certain spots, which is fun to play with, but also really annoying because I get very easily distracted by it. The annoying part of that stuff, I swear. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to do anything outside of Boyd's for a while. It didn't go off? Yeah, then it exploded. Yep. Oh, I miss Chuck Norris mid jokes, man. Make like a gymnast and sleep. Catch. I'm fucking sorry. What? You can't do it. Alright. Yep. Uh-huh. Catch you later, Jin. I'm gonna have to recover from that statement. What the fuck? You can't be like hitting me with shit like that when I'm recovering from the upload. I'm just fucking, my brain is like. God damn it. Ay. But yes, feel free to play the game, have fun with it hopefully, and let me know what you think if you come across any issues and all that. It's like 1 in the morning, I can't process it because it's sleep. Because it's leap. The gymnast leap. It's stupid and I love it. It's great. It's great. God, I'm tired now. I'm very tired now. Wee. Oh, I should mention, I do have a friend that has made noises that they'd like to turn up on Saturday's Magic stream to play some Magic. We'll see how that goes. I'll see if I can flick a message to my other person that I play with. See if I can play. Would be nice. Yeah. Oh. Dude, I want to play more Magic the Gathering or like Commander with people. I wish I could get like a bunch of VTubers together and play Magic the Gathering. Like, I think that'd be really fun. I cannot stress enough how much I would love to set up like an amateur tournament to play Magic the Gathering with a bunch of VTubers. That'd be so much fun in my eyes. Imagine like getting someone, like fucking anyone really, for it. That'd just be so much fun. There is the concern of potentially showing hands, and I understand that. It'd probably be a bit of an aspect of a lot of it, as well as like physical cards in general, like getting access to them potentially and all that. There's plenty of ways around it all if as necessary. But I would love that. I think that would be a really cool thing. Just in general, being able to play with other VTubers, because I think that would be a really cool niche thing to do. That would get like a lot of cool positivity from. It's just the issue is that, like, as I said, it's showing actual hands, setting all of that up, finding VTubers that either have played Magic or are willing to play Magic and potentially have a way of accessing a commander deck as well. And also making sure that, like, the people that are playing are willing to, like, roll 0 to certain power levels. Because, like, we probably won't want to do, like, CEDH initially. We'd probably want to do casual. But I think it would be a really cool opportunity. I wonder how hard it would be to convince them. I was going through a lot of ASMR streamers to see what they do and came across a group of 4 ASMR VTubers collabing. They were softly reading Magic cards descriptions to mics and making comments about if they think it's a good card and where they would use it. Dude, hook me up! That sounds great! Dude, ASMR Magic the Gathering game of Commander. Let's go. I'd be down for that. It would just mean that I'd have the mic close and I'd be talking like this a lot more. Is that what you'd want? Would you want to have me talk about I play Miracle? No, I tap 3 mana and play Miracle from my command zone. I then activate this effect which allows me to surveil, putting 1/1/1 counter on. I surveil from my library, and I add this card to the graveyard. I then surveil again. Now I attack. I move to end step. In my end step, I can bring back a creature from the graveyard with power equal to less than that of Miracle. Switch you to speakers because you tickle your ears. Dude, that voice is fun. I love that voice. I genuinely could probably do ASMR pretty well. Like, as a non-joke, I could probably do it. Why, hello. How's it going? I see that you're, playing Magic the Gathering there. I was wondering if you played Commander. Oh, you do? Well, you know, I play a little bit myself. And I was wondering, would you like to maybe play a game or two? Don't worry, I only have, like, some fun, casual decks. Oh, that's awesome. I hope you go easy on me, though. I'm fairly new to the game. god. What have I done? If I didn't have the music, I would take that one clip, like, completely out of context and just upload it. I think that would be absolutely hysterical. Just upload it like one of those ones where it's just ASMR with your boyfriend that's cooking, except he burns his hands on the thing or whatever it is. I love that. For some reason, those ones are just so funny to me. I hate ASMR in general, but like, there's that. I mean, that's the fun thing as well, is that like, I can switch easily to your ASMR mode, because all I need to do is lean into my mic and just soften my voice out, which is very easy for me. My voice is very linear and smooth to begin with. Alright, is there anything else we want to do today before I call it and go have some food, pass out for like an hour or two, and then watch more Doctor Who and fix bugs? Or just get the card game further along. I'm not gonna lie, I kinda wanna get the card game further along. Oh, you have no idea how much I'm actually enjoying that at the moment. Godot's actually really easy to use, yeah. I expected it to be, but I was not expecting it to be that easy. Yeah, I think that's all for today. I can't think of anything else on my agenda to talk about or anything like that. So, with that being the case, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.